if they don't understand much. And then we also need some kind of instruction of doing problem solving. The problem solving is important to help the student master the knowledge of the lesson. And then finally come to the instruction of doing homework. Finally, I come to some of my implications that e-learning is not just recording the video, providing materials on LMS. It needs more active activities to support students to cover all the main areas of the subjects. And the interactions between the teacher and student are still limited in the e-learning. So teachers can make use of some apps such as like Yalo in Vietnam. We use Yalo a lot to talk to the student, or Facebook Messenger, Kakao Talk in Korea, Weibo in China, Viber. We also have Viber to keep contact with the students, because just Moodle and MS Teams not enough. And for these kind of chats, we can contact to the student easier, faster. E-learning is not just as cheap as many people think. The time needed for the online teaching was 14% longer than traditional teaching. The ideal class size for the online courses should be about 12 to 15 students per class. We thought that for online classes, as many students as possible, because they just look, but the teachers spend a lot of time for take care of the students. So the less student, the better. And finally, according to Kavanaugh, the effort needed to teach the online section for 15 students was equivalent to 40 students on face-to-face section. You see, 15 students online equal 40 students for traditional. It took 6 times as much effort as a face-to-face course to teach an online course. So that's all for my presentations, and thank you very much for your listening. And if you have any questions, you can raise. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Sir Chair, anyone would like to ask a question?
Question ako dyan. Terus ko nagpe-present siya kang ano. Ay ano to ta naka ang pangalan.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation, our conference chair. And now, let's proceed. Let us welcome our session chairs. I would like to invite Dr. Vaishali Dingra from Rama University, India. I would like to welcome next our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. ZAMBRI HARUN, to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Harun. Thank you. Sir, you're on mute.
Am I okay now? Can you?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thanks, Ms. Jojo, the maybe chairperson when our chair session is not around. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Pham from. I guess I should start straight away. Okay. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I see this is a very nice session. People come from many parts, I guess, many in Asia, some countries also from Europe. I would like to share with you some of my experience in conducting urban heat island study in KLCC and also some other places in Malaysia. So I have this group, this small group group, okay, we have a lot of collaboration with University of Melbourne, University of Nottingham in the UK, University of Arizona in the US. Yeah, a lot of activities. I myself, ZAMBRI HARUN, I am the chair of the Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, National University of Malaysia in Malaysia. A little bit of the group, okay, myself as the lab head, and I have under myself Dr. Aizon and Dr. Rashidi, and somehow we have even in the pandemic, we have a lot of researchers. So we have Junaidi, Dr. Islam now recently graduated, Ashraf, Razih recently graduated, and Roa. So we are very international, from Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Malaysia, so on and so forth. Before I get started with the island stuff, I would like to share with you some of the experiment. I designed and built this wind tunnel after I graduated from University of Melbourne with a PhD in turbulence. So design and built, basically our own expertise. Internally, we fabricated some of the parts internally, and some of the most challenging part we purchased it from outside. For example, the fan, okay, is so huge we cannot fabricate them. But the rest, we do the programming and installation by ourselves. So I'm looking forward to collaborating with researchers from all around the world. We have also water flume, we have fire tunnel. Mr. Ramis, Dr. Ramis is from KTA Sweden. He came and looked at our facility. We have atmospheric research equipment here, ultrasonic sensor, and every one piece here, they are not cheap, okay, they are quite expensive. For example, the ultrasonic anemometer, one piece like $3,000 US, and the PIV that we have is like more than $100,000 US. We made our own fabrication of hot wire anemometry. If you know about it, this is in turbulence. So what we do, we measure the drag, especially, okay. We work with, the question, okay, sorry about that. We work with the University of Melbourne to investigate the effect of surface. So we have this converging and diverging riblet. So this particular part is exactly from the University of Melbourne. We run some experiments. So as you can see, if you're doing fluid mechanics, then this particular plot will make sense to you, because this is the pattern of the boundary layer, okay, calculated or measured using our own wind tunnel, our own hot wire anemometry, very delicate equipment. Then I start to go into atmospheric scale, okay. What I have mentioned just now is in the lab scale, so we will be a little bit, challenging. So we went outside. Ekomar Mersing is located some 400 kilometers from UKM. UKM is 20 kilometers south of Kuala Lumpur. So everything here is very nice. You can get food easily. We can get all the parts easily, but not in Mersing. It's somewhere remote, near the jungle. Suddenly see. In the jungle, suddenly see. So you cannot really have like access to food, access to parts if something breaks down. And basically we install this pole. This is a 30-meter pole, and next to it there is another pole, the 60-meter pole. So basically our installation is install this pole, install that pole, and measure. So we have ultrasonic anemometer, and that's me down there. So I have to force my PhD student to go up there. It's not like force, if you can't do this, then you are out. It's not like that, okay? Actually, I enjoy this work. Sometimes also I climb above this pole. Nice to see all the readings. Sorry. And then after we understand how is the atmospheric pattern in Malaysia, then we start measuring in Kuala Lumpur City Centre, KLCC. So what do we measure? Is urban heat island. We have the same ultrasonic sensor. We uninstall whatever that we had in Mersing. So we start to install in few locations. The most important part in KL, Kuala Lumpur City Centre itself, next to the KLCC Twin Tower, and Dataran Merdeka, which is most prominent place in Malaysia. You know, Merdeka means independence. So it's like maybe Tahrir Square in Egypt, and maybe a Tiananmen Square in China. And this is a close-up view of the ultrasonic sensor. Okay, and then we concluded ultrasonic sensor measurement, or sorry, urban island measurement in Kuala Lumpur. So I am going to focus now, because we have limited time, just the urban heat island in Putrajaya. So a little bit of a background. Urban heat island occurs in urban areas. Okay, occurs at any time, and the temperature difference is huge, especially at night. So some place has high temperature, and some place cools quite effectively. What are the factors? Development that resulted in vegetation being replaced by asphalt, concrete, roads, whatnot. Lack of air circulation, heat from vehicles, your vehicle, my vehicle, air conditioner, factories, and all other human activities. What is the long effect? Global warming. Not feeling comfortable in daily activities because temperature just get high. Human health will be affected for long-term depletion of the ozone layer in the atmosphere. Addressing the issue, increase number of green areas in city, using public transportation, have an organized and put down planning, reduce the use of CFC. Little bit of introduction as well. By 2040, the population of Malaysia is expected to be 41 million. Currently stands at 32 million, and the rate of urbanization is very high, 70%. So basically, you see 70% in city, and rest, you know, although Malaysia is quite big, a lot of jungle, yeah, only 30% of them live in rural areas, because the economic opportunities always in the city. Some statistic here: water bodies, accurate 274, and that makes up 1.4% in 1999, and the same is 2% in 2006, and 1.3% in 9. You notice that how come the water bodies increase from 1.4 to 2? So some of them, because we make dam, and there are some arcs that we block the water, therefore the water area becomes bigger. But notice here, urban area is up by 60% in 2006, and 64.5% in 2009. And this is what I mean, it will increase like to 70% by 2040. The role of water and green plant cultivation can reduce the rate of temperature in the city. UHI intensity is also influenced by the surface material of building having different heat capacity. The intensity of UHI in Putrajaya at night is 1.9 to 3.9 Celsius, and is heavily influenced by green areas. So what does 1.9 to 3.9 means? It means that the difference between the hot area and cool area in the night is such as like that. Okay, 2 Celsius. Okay, let's see other places in around the world. Okay, don't have an example in Vietnam here as our conference chair. In Kuala Lumpur is higher, is 4 to 6. Actually, I concluded from the previous research which we did in 2018. You saw the picture just now. We conducted in KLCC and few other places in Kuala Lumpur, and we did get like very high temperature difference, okay, between one area and the other. In Korea, it is slightly less, it's 3 to 5 Celsius. In Australia is similar. In India, 4 to 8. In Singapore, 2 to 4. So what is the significance of this data? So basically, if you have like a very big UHI intensity, it's not good because basically one area keeps a lot of temperature during the night. Basically, it's supposed to be 0 Celsius, where when the atmosphere cools down, therefore the building cools down. But this is not the case. So especially we see in Delhi that temperature is kind of stubborn, it stays there. Problem statement: municipal activities in Putrajaya are increasing from time to time. Construction of tall and large buildings without proper planning, lack of land and grass area will occur in the future. Research objective: identify weather factors such as rainfall, distribution, green canopy, and existence of building influence, temperature, humidity, and wind speed. Obtain and compare data obtained in different study areas. Identify whether the urban heat island incident occurred in the Putrajaya. So we start our campaign, we start installing in Putrajaya, hire some contractor, basically take some picture, take some selfie, at least it'll be good. We learn from the Kuala Lumpur campaign. Don't do it our way, okay? Hire a contractor. If we do it our way, like, you know, internal design, you know, we do not really understand how the battery operates, how the solar panel operates. So I end up paying a lot of money for the parking and basically getting to Kuala Lumpur. So in Putrajaya, we hire contractor, and what we do is that we hire them to also engage a web portal. So all the data will be, you know, basically automatically uploaded to web portal, and I can go to the US, go to Vietnam, and I can do the analysis anywhere or anytime I want, because it's available and it's real time. Whatever the data that I want to keep, I can keep it. Some areas of Putrajaya, Precinct, okay, the English name of it is PCINCT, right? So in Malay language, it's Precinct. So there's some different way to pronounce the same, but to spell it. So we selected a few places: Precinct 1, 3, 5, and 9 in Putrajaya. So Putrajaya is 20 kilometers south of Kuala Lumpur. Just like when you go to Soria, you don't really go to Canberra, right? But Canberra is the administrative capital, not Melbourne, not Sydney. So similarly, Putrajaya is the administrative capital, not Kuala Lumpur. We use web portals, so everything is automated. So we selected a few months of the year. Okay, so we started in November 2020, February, recently July. Is my what happened to me, because I suddenly, you know, is my voice okay? Jojo,
Yes, it's back.
Okay,
yes, it's
right.
back. we lost
Voice
you
is
there
okay.
for a few seconds, but
All
yeah,
right.
you're back.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I'll just continue. So I'll just share with you some of the statistics that we gather. So of course we have temperature, temperature fluctuation, temperature pattern. So this is 7 day of November, 7 day of February, 7 day of May, and 7 day of July. Okay, so 7 day, what 7 day is the first until the 7th day. Okay, so that means 1 of November until 7th of November 2020. So this is a sample of 7 day. So I'll just show you the pattern in one particular day. Start 12 o'clock in the night, it's cold. So in Malaysia, when I say cold, it's not like 0 Celsius. Cold means 24 Celsius. So a lot of station here, it goes up. In the day, it reaches 32 and comes down in the night again. And it repeats, okay, as you will presume. Okay? And then there's November, which is, you know, quite hot. November now is same as November last year, supposedly. And then we have February. Okay, February is very, very bad somehow that we had. We have a rainy season, And then in May, somehow this year we have very cold May. So the temperature goes down to low level more than what we anticipate or what we expected previously. And in July in Malaysia is hot, and usually in July we're afraid that the heat will come back. We always blame Indonesia for cultivating palm oil, but actually we have our own problem. So I don't want to to talk too much into that, but you can see that the cold and the hot season, okay, the cold season you can see that there's like a trough, like a step down. However, in the hot season you can see there's very like small trough like that. Okay, it goes down for a short while, like maybe like 6 hours below 25 Celsius, and after that it'll come back down. So below 25 Celsius is very short time as compared to in May. So you would enjoy like living in situation like this rather than situation like this. So when the temperature like reach 38 Celsius, for example, definitely you need aircon, something like that. And then we have some, we review some particular areas. This line indicates some important thresholds. So if we block this, what happened, I'll show to you shortly. Relative humidity is basically the opposite of temperature. So when the temperature went down, relative humidity went down also. And then we have wind strength. We don't have a lot of wind in here in Malaysia. So basically, if we have something like 3 to 4 meters per second, it's so great to us, because otherwise it is very lazy, it's very quiet. Okay, I've been in the United States, it's quite windy. I've been to Melbourne, every day is windy. I can't put my shirt outside because otherwise the shirt will go to some other places. To convert this to English, this is a rain distribution in November, February, May, and July. You can see that this is in mm. In May, we have like a lot, because you see it's 140 mm as compared in July. Okay, sorry, these are not scaled to each other, so this is like 140, and then this is 9 mm. So July is always dry and hot season. Some pattern also of temperature from different stations. So so this is only from precinct 5 temperature pattern coming together with humidity, wind speed, and rainfall. So we only have a little rainfall. This is in month of November.
Sorry, Dr. Harun, we could not see the presentation.
Really sorry about that. Yeah, you cannot see the presentation. Wow, that's too bad. Right, I'm really sorry about that. Okay, maybe I don't think I have that much time. So is my presentation now okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry again about that. So I am taking some small close-up view of what really happened for the temperature pattern. So what happened? I take 1 day sample and I analyze them, and this is when the temperature goes up and it goes down. And not that when it goes down, this is not like late in the night. This is like 6 o'clock in the late evening. So it actually goes down very sharply in the cold month, okay? And then it recover a little bit and go back up in the next day. Okay, so this is new to us, and we trying to understand what is going on. You know, why it is not such a way that it goes up and then it goes down gradually like that. And we thought that this might be due to some temperature pattern in a particular area. So I want to conclude already. In November, precinct 1, precinct 3, the sorry about this. This column is supposed to be UHI intensity or urban heat island intensity. And when we say this is 1.9, this means one station as compared to the other station, this is hot by 1.9. So we note that November has the highest difference in temperature among all the months. Okay, November, February, May, and July. So November has basically the biggest difference, and this is in the day and this is in the night. Okay. So I'll just go straight to the discussion. What the precinct 1 and precinct 9 look like? What are the conditions? Precinct 1 is an open space and surrounded by green garden. Green crop play an important role in reducing the ambient temperature of an area. Precinct 3, sorry, this is in Malay language. Precinct 3 is the most prominent area. A lot of people come, a lot of big buildings. It's like the central business district of Putrajaya. So if you want to come to Putrajaya, you go to Precinct 3. It's like Times Square of New York, Melbourne, CBD, something like that. Precinct 5 is open space and close to a large lake. The temperature was high, although not influenced by UHI. Precinct 9 is surrounded by tall buildings and public facility. Temperature is high during the day and night. Conclusion and recommendation: various factors can influence the temperature, humidity, and wind speed in one particular area. There are significant difference in study area in Putrajaya. Urban heat island occurs in Putrajaya, but in low and controlled level as compared to Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so in Putrajaya we have difference of 1.9 Celsius, whereas in 2018 when we did in Kuala Lumpur it was like 4 to 6 Celsius. So you see the difference. You don't want to live in the KL. But you want to work there because I think the pay is much higher in KL as compared to Putrajaya. But we notice that kind of temperature pattern in Putrajaya and Kuala Lumpur. Get a lot of data and get better result. That's what we thought we are doing, and we are still measuring. We installing a new devices here and there to get more data. And the effect of green canopy we are starting now. We use simulation to obtain results of our data, and ultrasonic, just some other data that I want to share with you before I conclude. Ultrasonic the sensor that we have, we can measure the temperature pattern and can plot rose plot like this, windrose plot. We can know the direction of the plot as long as the strength in one particular direction. So in January 2021, it looks like the temperature is coming from south. Okay, I'm concluding, and if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, our keynote speaker. Thank you for delivering the keynote address. Anyone would like to ask a question? Seems none. Thank you so much for that presentation from our
Thank you, Jojo.
Speaker.
Bye-bye.
Now, I would like to welcome our one of our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Rashmi Gujrati, to deliver a keynote address. Hi, Doctor.
Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure that I am here in front of you, and I congratulate you for this conference. In this pandemic situation, we are continuing this conference and we are spreading and sharing our experience. Due to pandemic, whole world has been changed and everything has been changed into the digitalization. Now we all are focusing on the entrepreneurship, and we see that how the entrepreneurship is in the digital age. Anyone can become an entrepreneur in these days and age with fast access to information, resource, network, and support. It's almost literacy as easy as ordering business cards. Yet, while becoming an entrepreneur has never been easier, actually succeeding as an entrepreneur has never been harder. So, just how to find success as an entrepreneur in this digital age? Being an entrepreneur in the digital age, before choosing to become an entrepreneur, it is very difficult and risky career at this time. But within the ever-changing digital landscape, breaking into the world of entrepreneurship has additional risk that should consider before trying to make it on your own. Though starting your own business is certainly a challenge, it can be a very rewarding feast, especially if you succeed in your endeavor. So, when you are going to become an entrepreneur, you have to check this. Before quitting your job, be sure that you are aware of the challenges associated with being your own boss, as well as the outside factors that can affect your business. Because when you are going to become an entrepreneur, to give a time in your startup, you have to quit your job. But before quitting your job, you have to check what is the situation and how the businesses are going in the market. Every entrepreneur experiences our failure and struggle at the beginning, but with the motivation and the preparation, it can go a long way toward overcoming obstacles, because we see that those who start their business, then in the starting they have to face a lot of the challenges, and the up and downs are there. But if you stand constantly, if you have a motivation, you have prepared your preparation, then you can stand in the market. So the digital world is constantly changing. One of the most difficult aspect of being entrepreneur in modern time is the never ending development that take place across the digital landscape. Nowadays the technology is grabbing everything, and each and every sector has been entered in the digitalization. So you have to understand this. Now the time is changing. So standing out of the crowd is a very important. Though the number of the millennial entrepreneur is declined, there are still hundreds of startups popping up every day. In the starting, people start their business, but later when they feel that they are not working properly, they are not getting a good response from the market. So what they do, they quit from the business. But while this has led to an explosion of creativity and innovation, a huge issues that today's innovators have to face is how to make their idea or business different from the competition. When you are going to prepare your idea, you have to check that already the existing businesses are there in the market. Only you have to add some innovation, you have to add the technology. And if you want to start your business, there should be a idea. It should be a different from other, because there is a full of competition in the market. But when you enter the technology, you can enter the innovation, then your business will be stand. The internet has provided a wide range of people the ability to bring their idea, but like a needle in a haystack, it can be difficult for investor and users to defining the companies that have the most potential. Standing out from the crowd is not simple about the providing a different kind of service or product. It's about showing people why you cannot do it better than other. you can also do it. Motivation also play a very huge role in getting ventures and to ahead of the competition. Why? A good idea is a solid starting point. Your venture will suffer if you don't have the ability and to drive to bring that idea into the reality, because you have bring your idea, you have create your module, but if you have not create your team, then you can be fail, but you have a ability to stand your business in the market. And standing out from the crowd is not simple, but you can do it. So the cost of the starting in the digitalization, there are a lot of online businesses is rising. And in the pandemic situation, a lot of the businesses has been transferred from offline to online. And when there were a lockdown around the world and every businesses has been moved to online, so we have to check this, that how the online businesses are rising. While technology is initially helping in new businesses owners cut cost in area like rent, employee expenses, print advertising, e-commerce has become a new norm, and the cost association with the industry are beginning to rise. And due to coming in the digitalization, lot of the cost cutting has been done, and not in any one sector has been changed in the digitalization. Every sector has been changed in the digitalization. Nowadays, see, we all have also changed the education in the digitalization. Through this technology, we have covered our students' study in the pandemic situation, and same thing. Today we are here and we are organizing this conference through this digital platform, and we are sharing our experience with each other. So this is a very important to understand that how we can use the technology, and through this technology, how we can stand out of the crowd and how we can become a good entrepreneur. So it's a very important when you are going to become a new entrepreneur, how you have to come out, overcomes the issues, because a lot of the issues, challenges are there in the market. So first of all, there is a sign up for an accelerators to establish as a result of a large number of new startups. Accelerator programs have become increasing popularly with the digital entrepreneurs. As the name suggests, these programs are created to speed up the process of new starting business. Entrepreneurs have the mean and the time to participate in accelerator programs, and at an advantage, they have to be provide with mentors, potential investors, and other avenues for a support. So be open to change because when the market is changing, when the world is changing, whole world has been changed. So you should also be open to change yourself. As we have seen that all businesses are subject to change and given moment, so it best not to get too attached to any one long-term strategy. In fact, we say that preparing several different businesses tactic is a smart practice to ensure that you always have a backup plan if something is not working with the way which you have started. So always when you have prepared your idea, and when you are going to make a business model, always you have to make a 2 plan. And when you are making a 2 plan, and if there was some problem in a first plan, you can stand on your second plan. Next, to listen and advice of the successful entrepreneur, because in the market there are a lot of successful entrepreneurs, so we have to listen to them, what they have faced in the market and what challenges they have faced and how they have come out from that challenges. So if you listen to a successful entrepreneur, means they will guide you that in their because already they have lot of struggle, lot of things, and they have find out the problem. They have find out the solutions of their problem. So if you listen to a successful entrepreneur, means that they will guide you and their suggestion will help you in your business, and this will open a new idea for your business to grow it. So next point, you have to be understand this, that don't get discouraged by a failure. We have seen that lot of the startups started, but later than it close up. So when you are facing a problem, when you are facing a challenges in the market, you should not be disheartened. When an idea does not pan out, but your failures can turn into some of your most important success, because you can learn a lot of things from your failure. Why you have failure? You have to study very well, and when you will study, then you will find your mistake, and from your mistake you will find the opportunity to come out, and you can grow your business, and there will be a new big idea. So there are a lot of challenges which have to be faced, and a lot of the small business owners are facing a lot of the challenges, but through these challenges there are a way you can come out from there. So nowadays digitalization has entered, and through the digitalization we are doing a lot of things, and various sectors has entered in the digitalization. So by this my speech, I would like to say that those who are going to start their business, they have to work hard, and they have to learn from the market. They have to listen from the successful entrepreneur. Thank you very much to giving me this opportunity and sharing my views. Thank you very much.
You're very much welcome. Thank you so much for delivering that keynote address, Doctor. All right. And now I would like to invite our technical session chair. But before we proceed, this is my favorite part of the conference. I'm going to be getting my group photos. So I would like to request everyone, please, to open their cameras. And yeah, I'll take a photo of us. All right. Ready, everyone? 1, 2. Say cheese. Again, one more. Hold on. Hold on. All right, go ahead. One more. 1, 2. Perfect. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Let me just keep that one. Save that. There, perfect. And let's go ahead and proceed with our technical session today. All right, and I would like to invite our session chair for the technical session 1, Dr. Ma'an Al-Khatib, to give some words and start this technical session, and then we will follow with the presenters. Dr. Ma'an Al-Khatib. One moment, please. Let me check with my team. All right. We'll go ahead and proceed with our first presenter then. I would like to invite the first paper, comparison of fatigue performance between welded joint containing undercut and grinded surface. This is to be presented by Fauzri Fahimuddin. Fauzri?
Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi, sir. Yes, you are audible and you can go ahead and share your screen. Have it on presentation mode, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Jojo and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say sorry because my English is not good at all, but I will do my best because English is not my mother tongue. But anyway, let me share my
Go ahead.
PowerPoint. Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I do. See, go ahead and proceed to by the way, I would like to remind all the presenters that you will have an allotted time of 13 minutes for the whole presentation and 2 minutes for the question and answer. All right, have it in presentation mode. Dr. Fauzri, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will start my presentation. Of course, we have a reason why we did our applied research, because recently there was a very what we call mega project, very big project in bridge technology. This bridge using unusual steel material. We call SM570 steel. So we don't have enough data of the performance of this steel for bridge. And we know that this bridge using welded joint to construct the girders. And due to this discontinuity, there will be a severe condition if we remain the defect, because the defect will create initiation of the crack. So this investigation investigate the effect of the undercut itself. So every welded joint will remain the undercut. So we want to investigate how severe this undercut effect. And the second, we also want to investigate the performance of welded joint if we remove this undercut. This figure showing the condition of the bridge. This is two box girders using steel and SM470 steel material. This is long enough based on the experience in Indonesia, and we want to make sure whether this is safe enough for a long time. This is the condition of the load. If we have simply supported girders like this, when the girders loaded by the truck and so on, the condition will be bended like this. there will be a bending moment. This bending moment will fluctuate all the time because of the load moving. As I mentioned before, the joint of this steel using welded joint or welding, and due to the welding will remain the defect. One of them is undercut defect. There was a very long research did by Professor Garnier. He showed that the plate without defect, it will perform very long stress ability. So it can resist a very high stress. But when this plate containing a small hole, the fatigue performance will decrease significantly. And the third one, when the plate welded, the performance is much lower. So we want to see whether our bridge is safe or not, because the welded will become the initial crack, and the crack itself will propagate until the fatigue failure happen. So defect arising from the welding joint. One of the initiation is start from the undercut defect. This is the specimen. I think I don't need to explain because this specimen is ASTM standard. So whenever we do the fatigue testing, we need to follow the standard. And this is our machine. This is belong to State Polytechnic of Jakarta. Up to now, this machine is the highest capacity in Indonesia, which is 500 kilonewton capacity load. So all of the fatigue problem will be sent to our laboratory. We call PUTI, a Center of Research in Infrastructure project. This is the illustration when the undercut still remain on the surface of our plate after welded. And this is the welded condition. So the undercut is extremely showing the condition that this is a real defect. It's not only a small defect. And then we also create another type of specimen without the undercut by using grinder to make the surface smooth. This is the surface after grinding. And this experiment takes very long time. Every specimen may take 1 month or 2 months, even 3 months. So we have a very long time to finish this research. And then one of experimental result, the specimen fell under 250 megapascal stress range, and it starts from the defect. So it's clear that the defect is very dangerous, will and lower the fatigue performance. And this is the result. The black one is the failed specimen with defect, remain the undercut. And after the defect is removed, the specimen has no any experience to fail up to more than 1 million. So it's already over the fatigue standard. So we may call this is a very safe joint after grinding. Although the without grinding also offer the fatigue standard, but the grinding one is much more stronger. So I may conclude that the joint in the bridge with undercut actually still be recommended, but it will be much safer if we use the smooth surface, and one of them by using grinder. I think that's all my presentation. I'm so sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you very much. That's all my presentation.
Thank you so
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And now we will proceed with our next presenter. I would like to invite the paper about the behavior analysis of light-duty vehicle drivers using naturalistic driving data collection, to be presented by Putra Damasman. Putra Damasman? Yes, I can see your screen, but I cannot hear you yet. Hello?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
All right.
Yep, and I do see your screen, so you have it in presentation mode and proceed. You have 13 minutes.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all participants and panelists. Okay, everyone can hear my voice, right? Alright, Alhamdulillah. That will start my presentation, okay? Okay, my topic is about behavior analysis of light-duty vehicle driving using naturalistic driving data collection. Okay, my name is Putra Damasman. Okay, I would like to thank to 39th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. Okay, this is my presentation outline. Okay, there are 5 topics I will present to you. First is the introduction. Second, about the methodology. Third is result and discussion. Second last is the conclusion and recommendation. And the last one is the reference and acknowledgement. Okay, we proceed about the first presentation online. Alright, from your view on the screen, there are 2 types of graph that presenting about introduction about my project. Okay, for information, the transportation sector is contributing significantly to energy consumption with inherent sequences in terms of emission of local pollution, which is associated with air quality dissociation. Okay, from the left side of your screen, The graph showed the interval between 2009 until 2018 about Malaysian crude oil. As you can see, the trend of the crude oil increase for the production, also increase about the consumption. Okay, for everyone knowledge, we need to know about the sequences of the production is lower than consumption. So it will be a problem. As you can see from the right bar chart, this is a global vegetable oil production for 2019, which is palm oil, soybean, rapeseed, sunflower, palm kernel, peanut, cottonseed, coconut. Alright. Okay, there are the major of the production come from palm oil, which is 36%. Alright. Yeah, then I proceed about the methodology of the project, which is the experiment. So you can see there are two. Okay. For the experiment, you can see that there are about general of the methodology used in this project. First, about the real driving data, which is a form of VD, which is engine speed, then the GPS coordinate, which is a latitude and longitude, and the fuel consumption that we can get from the fuel tank level. And then from the real data, we use for geographic information to get the topography of the router. We see we get from the altitude and global digital elevation project, which is a GDM. The average fuel consumption for road characteristics and applied to the topography of the route, which we can use for the case study, potential fuel saving due to road characteristics. Okay, for the road characteristics, we chosen the main road highway from Malaysia, which is a sort of south north highway route in Malaysia. We use about two categories, which is a southbound and northbound route. Okay, from the experiment, we come up about result, which is in terms of distance travel. In terms of distance travel, they are not much, different about the northbound and southbound, which is you can see the trend is the same trend, but we categorize in 5 different speed, which is 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, 91 to 520, and the high speed 131 until 150. Okay, from this distance travel, and then the second one is about duration travel. Duration travel also we can categorize is not much different to these two types of the route in terms of northbound and southbound. Okay, we can see the low vehicle speed from 130 will be increased until 91 to 120, which is the route is major in high speed. And then for the higher speed, which is 120 until 150. Okay, then the next result, which is about duration travel. Sorry, about duration travel also, and relation to fuel consumption. Okay, from the duration travel related to the fuel consumption, the fuel consumption of this vehicle light duty from the 1 to 30 kilometer per hour is around 6 until 7 liter per 100 kilometer. And then it increase under the category 31 to 60 kilometer per hour from the 11 liters per kilometer per 100 kilometer, and then the trend decrease until around around 4 until 5 liter per kilometer at vehicle speed 121 to 150. Alright, next I will show about the result about the acceleration and the vehicle speed. Also the fuel usage, which is a liter per second. Alright, from both direction, the northbound and southbound route that are proposed result are average to given normal fuel consumption. Alright, the maximum acceleration has been recorded from the northbound is 0.66 meter per second acceleration, and for deceleration about -1 meter per second cube. Okay, meanwhile, the northbound route show 0.83 meter per second cube per second square for the maximum acceleration, and the maximum deceleration was recorded at -1.2 meter per second square. Okay, for the figure, the left figure, the two higher region fuel consumption has been observed for the northbound route with 0.175 liter per second. In acceleration region, -0.2 to 0.2 meter per second square at 60 to 80 kilometer per hour to 100 kilometer per hour, which is contribute the higher fuel consumption for the northbound route. Okay, for the right side screen, which is a southbound route, there are three main regions that contribute to high fuel consumption, which is acceleration, -0.2 until 0.2 meter per second square, and the vehicle speed 90 to 100. And then this region can cause the higher contribution fuel usage of the southbound route and under 91 to 120 km per hour vehicle speed compared to northbound route. Okay, as the conclusion, okay, we can conclude about the light duty vehicle, vehicle speed and significant impact and fuel usage and fuel economy. Okay.
Aduh, orang-orang.
Okay, the second consumption, okay, for the second conclusion, we can conclude the acceleration in the normal distribution for the light duty vehicle on all road trip, which is aggressive acceleration contribute in part of higher fuel consumption. And then the variable speed when driving, impact of acceleration and speed are consideration. Okay, when driving at low speed, average about 31 until 60 km per hour, the acceleration increase fuel consumption And then the average speed play a significant role in this style of driving. And for the high speed driving, average speed of the more than 90 kilometer per hour also effectively have a higher fuel consumption. Okay, for information, this research is first step in completion investigation of the effect of vehicle driving component on fuel consumption for the real world vehicle performance monitoring has certain that work in topography and slope condition are not controllable in real world. So this analysis would have been carried out on the other side of real world tests, such as impact of topography factor on the fuel consumption and vehicle efficiency. Okay, for the acknowledgement and references, I would like to thank to regarding communication of the research be made possible through monitoring assistance by Universiti Tunisia of Malaysia and UTSM Publisher Office via Publication Fund and the Postgraduate Research Grant Scheme. This DBS. And then the other researchers such as S.Y. Tong, S. Upapata, S. Fernandez, V. Franco, and P. Lipat, and others. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening my project. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone would like to ask a question or to provide a feedback? All right, seems none. Thank you so much once again for that presentation.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Hi, Dr. Putrata Masban. It was a really good presentation. I just wanted to ask, like, if we go for a light duty vehicle, do you think that they can bear a large amount of load? Do you get my question?
Is he still there? Oh.
Yeah, no, if we go for a light duty vehicle, so do you think that they will bear a large amount of load when we are comparing to other diesel vehicle?
This our new knowledge approachment. So this is preliminary result for your information. So for others diesel engine, I'm not sure yet.
Okay, so like it's like almost a trial version, right?
Yes, this is a trial version.
Okay, so have you implemented in a practical?
Practical for what you mean, sir?
No, have you implemented this? So
this is a test drive.
Okay. Oh yeah, that test drive, have you done it or yet to?
Sorry?
No, test drive. So
Okay.
have you experimented it already?
Yes, this is a experimented actual driving.
Okay. So, but the final version and so the final thing, the outcome is yet to come, right? So this is a theoretical.
Yes, this will come.
Okay, fine then. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much, sir. And now we would like to invite our next presenter. So we would like to invite the paper about the surface litter barrier, a response to solid waste management. This is to be presented by Maria Cristina Remonquillo. Maria Cristina Remoquillo.
Yes, Miss Jojo, good morning to everyone. I
Good
just would like
morning.
to ask apology because I experienced here 4 times being lost because of technical problems. So I just would
Oh,
like to request from your group if you can able to present the alternative, the video presentation. I forwarded in the
oh,
email.
sure.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. Team, do you have the presentation? So go ahead and share the PowerPoint of Ms. Remoquillo. Okay. All right, we'll be playing it now. One moment.
Thank you.
Are you from Malaysia?
I'm from the Philippines. Proud to be. Thank you.
Well, where in the Philippines?
In Camarines Sur,
Wow.
Region 5, Camarines Sur.
Region 7, Bohol.
Ah, nice meeting you, Ma'am Jojo.
Same to you. Hold on, let me check.
Thank you so much.
All right, please proceed. You have 13 minutes.
Ma'am Jojo, there is no such audio.
Oh, this video is supposed to come with an audio.
Yes,
Okay, one moment.
there is an audio.
చాలా ఊటు కాన్ఫరెన్స్ শুরু হয়ে গেছে কনফারেন্স শুরু হয়েছে উট
I'm sorry? Oh, on the second part, yes, there is. But it's very, very...
Ma'am Jojo, I'll try if I can able to share mine.
Go ahead, and then, yeah, we'll try.
Thank you.
Is it because of the internet or it's just...
Internet.
Ah, Philippines.
May naririnig na ba? Do I sound audible already? I am already projecting the video.
No, it's not. I can see your files. I can hear you. I can see the files, but I don't see any video. Okay, here's what you're going to do. Mag-exit ka muna. Exit ka muna. There.
Okay.
Pag share screen mo, mag-share screen ka. Then, may lalabas na window, di ba?
Yes.
Tapos, merong maraming box-box na maliliit. Ipiliin mo yung entire screen. Then, i-click mo yung, i-check mo yung include audio sa baba.
Yes, I
before ka
did
mag-share.
that already.
Okay,
I
go.
did that already.
Try it again.
Yes. We are experiencing really technical problem here. And
Yeah, if it's the internet connection and you are live on camera, try to turning off your video and No, I mean your video on the Zoom. Then try to share screen. There.
Okay.
You can try that way. Because it's sharing of screen in Zoom while on live cam really eats a lot of bandwidth. So if your internet connection is really not that stable, yeah, we will be having a problem. She left? She's gone. No audio. No sound.
Opo. Pero walang sounds.
Make sure that you click that include audio box.
I'm back. I'm always
Yes.
lost, Ma'am Jojo. Sorry.
It's okay. Just try it again.
Can your technical group play that? May I
I'm
request?
all right. Got one moment.
Sorry, everyone. Okay na ni.
Still no audio.
No,
Is it just me or guys? Can you hear something? Can you hear something?
No audio.
Yeah, it's no audio. All right. I had my team to contact you, so I'll just call the next presenter. So you have ample time to prepare again. Then I'll call you back. All right.
Thank you so much.
No problem. All right. Since let's have them fix that technical problem first for now, and let's proceed and call our next presenter. Our next presenter is the paper about employability of agriculture engineering graduates from College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Mary Jane Gallardo.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Ganda ng internet mo, ah.
I will
Okay.
share my PowerPoint.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Have it on presentation mode and proceed. You have 13 minutes.
Okay, I will start. First of all, I am Mary Jane F. Gallardo from the University of the Philippines, Las Bañas. and I'm going to present the study entitled Employability of Agricultural Engineering Graduates from the College of Engineering, Agro-Industrial Technology, University of the Philippines, Las Piñas. For the background of the study, engineering has a significant role in facing and solving challenges such as affordable healthcare, issues of energy, transportation and climate change, access to information, disaster mitigation, and environmental protection. Therefore, the higher education landscape must constantly change in response to pressures from different fronts, whereas people already need to establish lifelong learning skills, and universities must respond to these trends and behaviors to succeed in life. The Commission on Higher Education, which is a Philippine government agency that covers both public and private higher education institutions, requires all HEIs or higher education institutions to conduct a tracer study for the continuous improvement of academic curricula and learning materials. Moreover, tracer study is one of the required documents of accrediting bodies such as the ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance and the Washington Accord, among others. CEAT, a Center of Excellence by CHED, and AUNQ, a certified institution in agricultural engineering, is mandated to propagate appreciation for the agricultural engineering field and to enhance teaching, research, and service programs to further nation building and national development. This study is also very important because it is the first graduate program tracer study in the university that will push through the first revision of the MS and PhD AE curricula in the college history. So the objectives of the study. So the study was conducted to assess the relevance and effectiveness of the UPLB CEAT's MS and PhD AE curricular program through tracing its graduates from class of 2010 to class of 2020. Specifically, it aimed to determine the employability conditions of the graduates through a non-experimental self-administered online survey, assess the curriculum based on its strengths and weaknesses as perceived by the alumni using the general systems theory, and to recommend strategies to improve the agricultural engineering graduates. So this is a descriptive study used a standardized, specifically a non-experimental self-administered web survey research design through online questionnaire. So the questionnaire was adapted from the tracer study questionnaire of Jaime and De La Peña in 2016, also in the Philippines, and were revised in accordance to what is applicable to the agricultural engineering graduates of UPLB CEAT. So the questionnaires include the demographic and employment profile of the alumni respondents, as well as their comments and suggestions for the improvement of the curriculum. So these are based on their insights on what is applicable to their current workplace. So this is a combination of quantitative and qualitative research study. And in assessing the feedback of the alumni, the study used the general systems theory, specifically the input process output feedback model of Bertalanffy in 1971. So why general systems theory is needed for this study? So according to SMUSH, the schools are essentially living systems, and they are in constant process of interaction with their communities and other institutions. So it is important that we always get the feedback of our society, so we can input it in our curriculum. And also from this assessment, we can push or give recommendations for the consideration of the college. And then for this, we can also use this to further do studies like this one. For the results and discussions, so for the profile, from the 122 target respondents in the span of 10 years, we got 58 alumni, or 47.54% of the respondents. So from this, we have get more male respondents than female. So following the observation of UNESCO, this graph shows that there is high attraction of men to science and technology courses such as engineering higher compared to women. So, however, there is no sufficient evidence in this graph or in this study that there are more male graduates than female in the graduate programs of SAYAT, because the graduation data given by the UPLB Graduate School is generalized by semester and not by the sex. So we cannot assume that UNESCO's insight is really evident in this study. So for the age of the respondents, majority of them during the conduct of the study are relatively young, with 18 respondents aging 24 to 29 years old and 24 respondents aging 30 to 35 years old. They are also divided into married and single individuals. So through the age and the civil status of the respondents, we can assume that the graduate study, that during the conduct of this study, or during their graduate study, the married ones are also single. So therefore, there is an impression that people tend to pursue higher education while they are young and newly graduated from college. So from the class range, it also shows that the recent graduates of the program are easier to contact and have a higher response rate than older graduates. So it was also reflected in the number of respondents coming from the classes of 2020, 2019, and 2018, which has 14, 12, and 9 respondents respectively. So for the employment conditions, so it shows here that the respondents are 93.10% of the respondents are already employed. So included here from the 93.10%, 74.14% of them have been employed immediately after graduation. And in here, 48.28% got their first work less than 6 months after graduation, and 25.86% are already employed or on study leave while studying. And then majority of these employed respondents are in permanent or regular employment status, and they are working in the academe as faculty. So for the employment location of respondents, we can see here that UPLB graduate programs is well known and holds credibility in the field of agricultural engineering throughout the whole country. So if you have visited the Philippines, we are an archipelago and we are divided into 3 main islands. So we can see here that most of our respondents are living or are currently working in other parts of Luzon. So UPLB is in the southern part of Luzon, but most of our respondents or our alumni are living outside southern Luzon. And the second the second island is Mindanao, which is the farthest island in the Philippines. So we are very, the place is very archipelago. Okay, so next, this shows here the values learned by the graduates during their study. And we can see here that research, critical thinking, and problem solving are the most useful skills that they assume that have significantly contributed to the fulfillment of the professions of the respondents. So since most of the respondents are working in the universities, they are required to have publications for the also in the call for promotion. So research has become an essential skill in the creation of project and program proposals. Meanwhile, entrepreneurship ranks number 4, is also cited as a useful skill. However, in this study, only few has delved into forming a business of their own. Therefore, it is a rising challenge and opportunity for the improvement of the curricula. Meanwhile, the graduates also stated that they have developed important values during their graduate study, such as competence and confidence, among others. In this table, the respondents found their MSA and PhD curricular programs very extremely useful. So the most common value is 1, or the extremely useful, with 65.52% of the respondents. So the standard deviation computed is 1.64, which means that the graduate programs lies between very useful and extremely useful in their workplace. So we can see here that there are respondents who answer that they find it somewhat useful and not useful at all. So in this study, we saw that those who answered not useful are those who are currently unemployed for personal reasons like mental health, or they do not want to get employment related to engineering at all. So for this one, we are going to assess the graduate curricula through the general systems theory. So the IFERP model of verticality was used to assess the curricula based on the comments of the graduates. So the college imports continual input from the demands and needs of the society, specifically the agricultural and engineering students and industry. So with the resources and support from the UPLB admin, SEA transforms and incorporates that demands and needs as course topics in the curriculum and adjust the way of teaching of the faculty and services of the staff in accordance to the expectation of the society. Right now, the challenge in the process is the revision of the curriculum to incorporate the 21st century demands of the society. So in the process, we saw that we have rising challenges that needs to be addressed. And the value output of the college, of course, are the graduates of the MSAE and PhD AE curricula, and which are who are now part of the new organization where they are currently part of. And through the tracer study and other forms of assessment, the college will be able to gather feedbacks as seen in the lower box, wherein after we answer or solve these problems, we can continue the cycle and the process itself. So, next. So to summarize, quality higher education can be translated into employment, efficiency, and productivity. And these elements can drive sustainable economies and desirable social transformations. Hence, the engineering education is facing the challenge of producing competent engineers who are ready to meet the ever-changing demands of the 21st century. So the mission of the College of Engineering is to produce engineers with the highest technical capabilities and entrepreneurial and networking skills. Therefore, based on the result, we can assume that UPLB has met the demands of the 21st century through giving quality higher education. However, since there are perceived weaknesses and challenges arising in its curricula, recommendations for improvement should be taken into account. So through a non-experimental survey, the tracer study indicates high employment rate of UPLB SEAT in its MS and PhD agriculture engineering graduates. So using the general systems theory, the study suggests that the graduate engineering programs have helped the graduates land a job and to perform well in their current workplace. And specifically, by using the IPOF model, we were able to forward recommendations to further improve the SEAT engineering graduate curricular program. So these are the recommendations forwarded. So first is the revision of the MSAE and PhD AE curricula, specifically the curriculum, which includes the review of certain topics, the incorporation of international updates, and more regular course offerings, and creation of a strong research experimental design. So additional is the faculty members, because right now there are faculty who are on study leave. So we need additional lecturers to cover their subjects or courses. Next is the laboratory setting. So we need, there is a need to upgrade laboratory facility and equipment and acquire computer software and application licenses. And for the linkages and consortium, we need to create more linkages and partnerships with international and national institutions, and to also adapt linkages program that are deemed to be helpful to the students. And The challenge arising is, and the one of the recommendation is the incorporation of technopreneurship, innovationeering, and engineering industry research courses in the curricular programs, specifically for MS and PhD. So right now, these three are already offered in the BS Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering program of SEAT, but these are not yet incorporated in the MS and PhD curricula. So we need to also incorporate it so we can align both BS and MS and PhD programs. So thank you po, and God bless.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Now let's recall Miss Tin. Maria Cristina Remoquillo. Hi.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Yes.
Is everything better now?
Pardon for the technicality.
No problem. Go ahead.
So may I share my screen?
Please.
Did my screen is already visible?
No sounds.
Okay, now. Is the audio visible?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, right click and then share sound.
I'm sorry?
Right click and then share sound.
Okay, right click, then sound. Actually, I opened it already. Then open sound. Okay. Ma'am Jojo, I guess I need to ask a technical team here in our school. So may I request if you can proceed for the next presenter? Thank you so much.
All right. Just let me know if you can come back later, then I will call you last. All right.
Thank you.
Hold on. All right, and let's proceed with our next presenter, which is the topic is about the approaching an Android-based application of COVID-19 tracker and user care analysis in Bangladesh. To be presented by Sayim Mahmood.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Actually, Sam is not here, and
Oh.
maybe our presenting time is 12:15 according to Malaysian time, right?
Yeah,
So,
I do understand, but however, we have a few problems with other presenters, so we will be calling him.
okay. So I will present on my time. Can you just understand that and proceed the next one, please?
Oh, sure. All right, let's proceed to the next.
Thank
The
you.
paper about the effect of traffic. Oh, the effect of traffic vehicle loads on deflection of bridge. Case study bridge on Boulevard Grand Depot City. To be presented by Murionio Kasmuri. Hi.
Hi, Jojo.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, share
Okay.
your screen and you have
Okay, I share.
13 minutes.
Thank you.
Right, perfect. Have it on presentation mode, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon ya. Okay, I'm Mudiono Kasmuri from Indonesia. Today I would like to present my research about the effect of traffic physical on deflection of the bricks. Case study, bridge on Bluefort's Grand Depot City. This one. Okay, introduction. This one, the basic principle in every building, including a bridge, is to able to carry the design's load and provide comfortable surface for the life of the building. Many bridge collapse after experience which greatly gets bigger and bigger until it's stable occurs. Process monitoring of the performance of the bridge, the thing, one of the things that is most often need is deflection condition. The conventionally using ordinary measuring tools is one. Our shuffling tools is very difficult and requires quite a lot of manpower, many tools and a complicated implementation. Plus, the results cannot immediately be used to make decisions whether the bridge is the normal condition or there is overloading and the others which can adhere the bridge and its use. And the objective research, one is build a bridge monitoring system of for bridge performance, such as a deflection that occurs on the bridge. And two, the performance of the bridge is monitored in real time, due to loads of the number physical occur on the bridge, so that fast results to obtain of the bridge. Okay. And the methodology is one. In this methodology, we start to research literature review. After that, we get ideas to make the bridge models, and then we made model monitoring system of the bridge. In monitoring system of the bridge, there is two system monitoring.
All the videos to you.
Is that deflection system monitoring and vibration system monitoring. All monitoring system are placed on the bridge, and then we monitoring the results that happen.
Okay,
We,
so
the
what you can
results
do is,
monitoring system are
so
good, we
once the
can
presentation
continue
is
to
over,
analyze. And then after that, we made the calculations. If you look from the besides, the picture is to show that the sensor of the bridge on the bridge for the number one and number two, deflection sensor, and then the wear sensor node, so that deflection monitoring happens. In the number 3, 4,
once
if you look, is one axis vibration sensor, right and left, and with analog input model.
Okay, then you can
Note,
play.
so we call this sensor vibration monitoring.
Abdullah Halim.
Hardware. We can see that wire sensor node gives some information to wireless sensor gateway about the deflection that happen because the traffic and the acquisition model get information about vibration from axis vibration sensor and analog input. After that, all the data come to application program based left view software. And then from the results of about the table, so that the traffic happen when we doing the test. And in the table, we can see that the highest volume of traffic is motor scale, and second one is physical. Traffic account is down is 2 hours. And then the picture is from the deflection results. This one, the result deflection is varies due to load of number of physical passing through the GDC bridge with maximum deflection that applied due to number physical that occur on the GDC bridge by 1.4 millimeter due to increased number physical passing through the bridge. segment on the great city Depok GDC Depok. Okay, and then the conclusion is the one monitoring system to obtain bridge deflection continues by using wire strange gate sensor that the connected to AQ and then connected using internet network to connect to computer using left view software to read and record deflection data from the bridge direction. Directly, which is affected by a lot of the number of physical passing by traffic on the bridge. And then second, the data collection, which are dynamic loads of physical running and the bridge, so that the number of physical that pass along the bridge can cause deflection on the bridge or to apply so that the resulting deflection is actually data real that applies to a bridge due to a load on the number of vehicles on the bridge. From the results is observation of deflection made due to the number of traffic physical passing through the GDC bridge. Maximum deflection is 1.4 mm, which the maximum number of physical passing is 19 physical. This one is okay. Thank you. I think is my presentation. Okay, Mr. Jojo.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And anyone would like to ask a question? No one? All right. Let me try if I can pull up Miss Teen. Hold on.
Hello, Miss Jojo.
Hello, Miss Jo. Hello, Miss Jo.
Yes, I'm here.
Ma'am Gallardo will be the one to play the audio. So thank you so much for the help.
Ma'am Gallardo, go ahead.
Can you now see the screen?
Yeah, we do.
Good day, everyone. My name is Maria Cristina G. Remuquillo, together with my partner, Ms. Naika Julia Beldad, from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga City, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Today, may I present to you our research study entitled Surface Litter Barrier, a Response to Solid Waste Management. Bicol River in Naga City, Camarines Sur is considered as the 8th largest drainage basin in the country. It plays a very important part in the water cycle, acting as drainage channels. It provides excellent habitat and food for many of the Earth's organisms. The surface water is a resource for households, agriculture, and industry. Absolutely vital for fresh drinking water for people's livelihoods and for nature to thrive. But that was before. Because The Bicol River now is polluted, contaminated of toxic water, harmful bacteria, and others. And there is already a destruction of biodiversity. And this is because of the different solid waste out of plastic bags, plastic straws, and plastic drink bottles. Hence, the city government of Naga and its constant struggle to revitalize the river had ventured into several projects and initiatives, but proven to be very costly in terms of energy or power consumed every month. The equipment itself was expensive, thus making the project failure. Then, there is a dredging operations made, which has significant effect on the quality of the river. In addition, there is also a rebatement projects made to address informal settlers because they are the most contributors to inappropriate waste disposal. Research recommended findings that the project was among the aesthetic issue of the river and had paved the way for other initiatives to be possible and implementable because of the recovered legal easement and relocated informal settlers encroaching the river. Another is the existing system that the city is currently using in addressing the floating waste and the river and the Naga City River. This is a makeshift barrier made of bamboo, is strategically located at the base of the bridges along the river. However, it does not equate to resolve the entire problem. Naga City Environment and Natural Resources personnel who has direct involvement, management and interventions in the river to a day-to-day monitoring and collection of waste, found that bamboo barrier is ineffective because of its lifespan. And the problem of solid waste considered as major unsolved case in the river. So this is the different plastic bags, plastic straws, and plastic drink bottles. But for this study, it focused more on plastic drink bottles because this is the main material used in the development of the study. From the existing bamboo barrier and problem on solid waste, and from the innovative minds and affection of the researchers to impart new technology, the researchers believe that the most effective solutions are usually the simplest, and this is the surface litter barrier. The development of the surface litter barrier, which was combined with fermented organic matter technology, stood on the idea of addressing the solid waste problems in the Naga City to improve the surface litter collection system, aiming to lessen the solid waste volume. Purposely, to trap the floating solid waste, or referred as surface litters, making it easy for the city personnel to collect and dispose to the proper place. The researchers then were guided with these main objectives: determine acceptability of the surface litter barrier with fermented organic matter technology in terms of resilience, efficiency, and durability, and how it addressed solid waste problems and the community. Together with the specific objectives, first is to identify what is the design and the materials used in making the surface litter barrier. And then, what are the different steps in making the surface litter barrier? And then, to describe the procedure of assembling it in the river. For the methods and materials, the researchers made use of applied experimental research and development methods, obviously employed to achieve the objectives of the study, with the aim of realizing and implementing the usefulness of this new technology to collect solid waste in the Bicol River. And the study also includes identification, procurement, and preparation of the materials and equipment needed for the study, and activity was properly outlined. The researchers used cluster sampling because personnel from the Naga City Environment and Natural Office served as the respondents of the study. And researchers conducted interview and survey both on-site and off-site of the respondents. They provided the ratings as to the effectiveness of the surface litter barrier. For the results and discussion, following the R&D method, the researchers developed the technology and administered the procedure of assembling and placing it to the river, likewise govern of the face-to-face data collection to determine the effectiveness of the technology. So this is the design of the technology. For the development of the technology, there are two parts. First is the surface litter barrier preparation, and the second one is the bokashi ball preparations. For the surface litter barrier preparation, from the collected soda litters out of waste, it was then cleaned and properly cut on a certain opening for the insertion of fermented organic matter. For the technology being developed, following the technical aspect of research and development, combining all the steps and the preparation of fermented organic matter are the bokashi balls. The first is the effective microorganism preparation, or the EM. And then followed by the EMAS, or the effective microorganism active solution preparation. Then the preparation of fermented bokashi balls or bokashi mixtures, and then the making of fermented organic balls. However, this is not the main purpose of the study because the focus is on the surface litter barrier. For the development of the technology, as I made mention, first is the surface litter barrier preparation, which is the responsible on holding the bokashi balls. The bokashi balls mixtures contains microorganisms which helps in faster decomposition to break down toxins and food waste in the river, causing the improvement of water quality. Hence, this is now the technology, the surface litter barrier. For the technology assembly, the technology was then placed at Magsaysay Bridge, Naga City, to determine its effectiveness. The respondents were composed of employees from the Naga City Environment and Natural Resources Office and Provincial Environment and Disaster Management and Emergency Rescue Office personnel, which possessed knowledge and the management of the Bicol River. The actual technology was then monitored by the City Enro personnel. The procedure is exactly identical with what the Naga City Environment and Natural Resources Office was doing. Sample respondents with actual hands-on and involvement with the technology. For the summary of evaluation, there is a high level of acceptability from the personnel in charge of river garbage collection. Thus, technology provides significant contribution and the decrease of surface litter visible along the main river segment from Magsaysay Bridge down to the city proper. In order to weigh the improvement of water quality, the researchers coordinated the Environment and Management Bureau and request for a copy of the water quality sampling. The water quality sampling results that they are conducting quarterly, and results shows that there is an improvement on the quality of water. There is also a regular monitoring and assessment after the installation of the barrier. Designated city enro personnel conducted a regular collection of solid waste in the river. This is to measure the efficiency of the technology and to evaluate if there are adjustments or modifications needed. For the conclusion, the surface litter barrier was an accepted new technology. And since the technology used plastic bottles, it helps to lessen the volume of plastic waste in the city. Aside of experiencing the decrease of plastic waste, it also increased the awareness of the community on proper segregation because it was then collected as main material for this technology. And the initial water sampling results, as perceived in the 6 months monitoring of fermented organic matter or the bocaceables, contributed opportunity to further enhance the technology. For the recommendations, it was then recommended to increase the length of the barrier in order to cover the entire cross-section of the river and improve the design of the barrier by adding weights in order to keep the bottles in an upside down position. Improve the aesthetic picture of the technology to make it more appealing to the general public, and add more barriers to other strategic locations to better capture the surface litters and the Naga River, and seek support from the city or other institutions to provide the researchers assistance in order to facilitate further study and improvement of the technology. And also propose this technology to the city government to adopt and utilize the surface litter barrier with fermented organic matter technology. And because of that recommendation, the researchers during the annual anniversary celebration of the Naga River Day, in response to that recommendations given, the researchers made the technology during the annual anniversary celebration and launched this as a new alternative surface litter barrier in the river. And for the strategic direction of the study, the researchers plan to submit this for patent and for the utility design rather, and for the invention or utility model patent. And for the product, the researcher target, as the institution is considered as the Southeast Asian University, the product will be convert into commercialization and into production. And then this is an opportunity of capability transfer of learning and linkages. And for the soda litters, the target is for the different handicraft projects, and the researchers aiming that the institution would be a model university for environment awareness. And that's all for this presentation. Thank you so much for listening. God bless us all.
Last. All right, Ms. Tin is available if you have any questions.
Yeah. Hello, Tintin.
Hello.
It was really a good presentation.
Thank you so much.
And I guess really you faced so many issues in giving this presentation.
Yes.
And finally, Jane helped you.
Thank you. Thank you for the help of Ma'am Gallardo. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask you, so there are so many methods, right? So how does this method varies from others? So what is the major benefit of this method?
Actually, Sir Sounder, did I sound correct?
Yes, that's right.
The activity was only the preliminary or the pilot testing that we conducted in the river. We are still looking forward of a very good actions that we need, because we are still focusing that the plastic is not good. But in terms of a barrier, so we collected that idea in terms of to cater the solid waste management. So that is our priority there. But we are still hoping that we can able to look into a very good actions, or I hope so that we can able to continue it. It is because what we need to focus then is on the vocabularies. Secondary is the barrier, because the existing barrier as used in the Naga City here is out of bamboo. Wherein, as I made mention a while ago, there is a problem when it comes to the lifespan. So we collected as a good alternative this plastic barrier, and with the reason or with the purpose that we need to cater the solid waste management. But we are still looking forward for a very good material instead of the plastic.
Okay, okay, fine then. So have you proposed this to your government already?
Since this is pilot testing, actually this is already been given to the NRO. Those personnel attended and helped us, but we are not yet on the proposal of it, because we are still weighing things of a very good alternative instead of plastic.
Plastic, okay, 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 then good luck for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, congratulations. Thank you so much for your presentation. And yeah, anyone would like to ask a question?
Not really, but I want to tell you that my presenter is present and we are going to present right now.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My presenter, Saim Mahmood, is right now here. And we are
okay,
we just
cool.
want to present.
Yeah, the next, let us invite the paper three-dimensional numerical investigation of flow and heat transfer, characteristic in a counter flow vortex tube on the effect of number of intake nozzles.
Hello,
to be presented by Sheikh Rahman.
Yes, my name is Salah Isa. I'm presenting, I'm a co-author with Dr. Sheikh from University of Sharjah. So I will be presenting the presentation for my paper. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, just okay. Good morning, everybody. Today, I would like to talk about an interesting thermal device under the theme of refrigeration and heating application, entitled with three-dimensional numerical investigation on flow and heat transfer characteristics in a counterflow vortex tube on the effect of the number of intake nozzles. In this presentation, we'll have an overview about the history, working principle, application, pros and cons of vortex tube that will be discussed. Furthermore, in the next couple of slides, I will persuade the importance of using vortex tube in heating and refrigeration application. Not only that, try to convince or persuade large-scale industries to use such thermal device in their respective industries, since it is currently applicable in small applications where energy exhaustive, which is very with applications with energy exhaustive application or energy intensive application. Lastly, the methodology used in this presentation is done by using computational fluid dynamics using ANSYS software to simulate the flow and heat transfer characteristics by varying the number of intake nozzles. And then we'll look at the results of the thermal separation, the velocity, as per the change in the number of intake nozzles. So a small history about the vortex tube, about this interesting thermal device. It was invented by the French physicist Rank in 1933, and then improved by the German physicist Rudolf Helf in 1947. So what is actually the vortex tube? The vortex tube is a thermal device that generates two streams, cold stream and hot stream at different temperature from single injection of compressed air. So it is just a simple device, as you can see in this figure, where it has a supply of compressed air, and it has two outlets where you can benefit from the separation of the two flows. In hot heating application, at the same time, you can benefit from the refrigeration part of it, which is the cooling applications, where temperatures can reach up to -46 Celsius and up to 126 degrees Celsius. So what is the working principle of this vortex tube? First of all, the compressed air enters the chamber, and then the stationary generator generates a vortex at 1 million RPM. Then, as you can see from this cyclone in the red, this is the outer vortex that is generated it gains energy due to the friction. And then this outer vortex is exhausted or vented through an adjusted control valve. And then due to the stagnation in this control volume, there is a reverse flow, which will create an inner vortex, as you can see in the inner vortex, which is seen in blue color, and heat transfer occurs between the outer vortex and the inner vortex, and then the molecule at the molecular level, the energy decreases as it goes through the cold air, and then it becomes the cool air is expanded and through a nozzle, and air becomes supercooled. So this is the working principle of the vortex tube. It has numerous applications. It can, in the small scale applications, such as in spot cooling, in welding operations, for cooling soldered parts, for cooling hot seals. It's used in the pneumatic brakes on heavy vehicles, in CNC machining, or cutting processes, and it's also used to cool the casing of the camera to eliminate the heat in the camera housing. So it is very beneficial thermal device. It has also its own pros and cons. So for example, it has low initial cost, it is compact, small device, it has no leakage, no moving parts, there is no expertise or attendance required, simple in design, lightweight. But for the large scale application, what we are currently facing, it has low coefficient of performance, which limits the capacity in any plant. So in this created the motivation for researchers to adopt this technology in large scale application, and to prove it, or to convince the large scale or the industry for commercialization, in their respective industry, the investigation was done numerically using computational fluid dynamics. Since we need to study the key performance indicators for this vortex tube, since it is first dependent on the flow rate, the inlet pressure, cooling capacity. But in this study, we will focus only on the number of intake nozzles and its effect on the energy separation in terms of velocity and temperature. So the main objective is to conduct a 3D numerical investigation to study the rectangular nozzles' role in the flow behavior and energy separation. Investigate the variation of number of intake nozzles from 2 nozzles up to 6 nozzles in flow behavior and energy separation for cooling or heating application. How is this done? This was done with ANSYS computational fluid dynamic software using Fluent. So this is how we numerically model the vortex tube, and these are the steps. We have first conducted the vortex tube geometry, and then set up the turbulence model, solve the Navier-Stokes equation, place the boundary condition, done the solution procedure, and mesh sensitivity analysis or grid independency test. So as you can see from this slide, the device is very compact. It's very small. It's about 144 millimeter, all of it in length. And these are the characteristics of the tube from the hot, as you can see on the right side. This is the hot side of the tube, and this is the cold side of the tube. And this is the generator and the 6 rectangular nozzles. And we are going to vary these nozzles from 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, up to 6 nozzles, and study the flow behavior inside the vortex tube by having a compressed air at 4 bar as inlet pressure. The turbulence model being used is the RNJ-K epsilon model, since it's already validated. There was good agreement between experimental data and the numerical analysis to capture the flow for the same model. Therefore, we will be using the RNJ-K epsilon turbulence model to carry out the parametric study of varying the intake nozzles in our study. These slides present the Navier-Stokes equation for mass, for continuity, momentum, energy, and the transport equation used in the numerical method, RNJ-K epsilon, where K is the turbulent kinetic energy and its rate of dissipation is epsilon. So the boundary conditions which are placed in the to solve the problem is we have placed the inlet pressure for this study. It was just conducted at 4 bar, but we can do it for 5 and 6 up to 7 bar to study the flow behavior, and as a pressure inlet and pressure far field boundary condition at the cold end, and the hot end is also placed, and the no slip boundary condition at the walls of the vortex tube with an adiabatic boundary condition. The solution procedure was the simple algorithm, least square based method for the pressure and velocity coupling, and the monitoring for the results. We have placed the convergence criteria to up to 10⁻⁵, which is an industrially acceptable result, and second order pressure scheme for density, momentum, and energy scheme, and the first order upwind for turbulent kinetic energy and dissipation rate. So to ensure that our results were reasonable and grid independent, we have done several runs from a coarse mesh, or the discretization of our model from a coarse mesh of 50,000 up to 800,000 nodes. And to optimize between the computational power and the solution, we have found that the 100,000 nodes were used for better result, as to have the minimum computational cost and at the same time the least error in our numerical solution. Then the type of mesh that has been used all over the domain is the tetrahedral type of mesh with an inflation layer in the computational domain. And in order to capture the boundary layer, we have used the RNJ-K epsilon model and set up the Y plus to be close to 30 to capture the boundary layer. And then to study the results, or to look at the results, we have, as you have mentioned, that we have varied the nozzles from 2 nozzles up to 6 nozzles, and all of these results are on the cold end outlet. So all of these are 0.3 centimeters from the cold end outlet axial distance, and we have seen that, as you can see from this plot, that the best case was for the 6 nozzles for the cooling applications. And this plot, you can see the vortex tube. You can see the axial cross section of the vortex tube at 4 bar for each nozzle, 2 nozzle, 3, 4, and 5 and 6 nozzles. And the highest temperature separation occurred in the 6 nozzle side. As you can see from the 6 nozzle, you have the coolest temperature, which corresponds to this case, and which confirms to us that the 6 nozzles is good, or it has the best performance for the cooling applications. On the opposite side, the 2 nozzles has the hottest temperature at the hot end side, which is suitable for heating or hot air applications. In terms of velocity, the nozzles, the cold end side at 6 nozzles had the highest swirling velocity. This is because of the solid mass effect. As we increase the number of convergence and convergent nozzles in our model, the velocity increases and the swirling effect also increases. At the 6 nozzle, you can see that you have to have the highest velocity, and vice versa also for the two nozzle, but at the hot side. In conclusion, the Rank-Hill vortex tube 3D numerical simulation was carried out using the RNJK epsilon model. The results demonstrate that the impact of nozzles inlet on the energy separation relies on the solid mass fraction and swirling flow. Increasing the number of convergent nozzles leads to a severe cold and outlet temperature, increases turbulence, and creates highly swirling flow. And also, as a conclusion, the results suggest that for cold, the 6 nozzles is suitable for the cooling applications, while for the 2 nozzles, the 2 nozzles illustrates better performance for heating applications. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have benefited from this presentation, and I am ready for any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And now, anyone would like to ask a question? All right, seems none. Then let's proceed with our next presenter.
Thank you.
All right, I would like to call on the paper about the impact of maintenance strategies on oil refinery facilities to be presented by Ruwaida Aliyu. Ruwaida? 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 All right, let's proceed with our next presenter. Approaching an Android-based application of COVID-19 tracker and user case analysis in Bangladesh, to be presented by Sayem Mahmood. Sayem? Sayem?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead and share your screen. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Sam Mahmood. Today our paper topic is approaching an Android-based application of COVID-19 tracker and user case analysis in Bangladesh. First of all, I want to introduce my team members. They are Akib Javed, Takbir Alam, Khandaber Ahmad Ali, and Mr. Moniruddin, supervisor, our supervisor, and faculty advisor of North South University. First of all, we divided our paper into 2 different topics, like problem domain and solution domain. And we worked on problem domain, like requirements, what the user needs basically, first of all, and also then we worked on features like functional requirements. Then we did some analysis by research on features and the efficiency of that features to the users. And on solution domain parts, we worked on design, like model design and UI design, and implementation parts, we worked on features implementation according to the model. And here is the model diagram of our project, of our paper, and where user can sign up, and user can see the COVID news, and user can see the location, current location on map, and user can get notification on mobile if there are any COVID positive affected come around within 5 minutes of the user. And sign up method worked on mobile phone OTP authentication, which will be worked through country code picker. Anyone from any country can sign up to our apps and can see all over all the features. And our work details is like there is a specific screen and sign up login system, mobile phone verification, OTP system, location tracking, and there will be a dashboard UI, user friendly dashboard UI, and the navigation drive, personal data. User can see his or her personal data, and you can see the total COVID patient detection on his given range. And there will be no mobile phone alert for user whom are close to COVID positive user. And here is the splash screen if the app is open. When user opens the app, there will be a splash screen which will be displayed for 5 seconds. Then there will be a sign up page where user can log in from any country by giving their country code. And the app is connected fully through Firebase database. And there will be phone verification, and if the given phone number is on the same device, it will fetch automatically the code, and at a time the data will save into Firebase. After verifying code, the user will go into the dashboard. And here is the dashboard part. As you can see, there will be a menu icon and for opening the navigation bar, and there will be a search bar to bring COVID related news in one place. All the COVID related topics you will get from our dashboard, and you can see you can search the hospital details, infected users, current location, and COVID related news, total effective date over the world. You can get all kind of information from our app. And on the navigation there will be 4 or 5 parts like home, which will relate to dashboards, and about myself. User can see about all the information of him or her, and so log out from server and review to sign up page. And by about user can get the overview of the application. And so COVID status, users can mark them COVID positive or negative. And here is the UI of about app and about me. You can see all the information of him or her, and here is the total, here is the whole about information you can see from this UI. And location tracking. For location tracking, we use Google API, and you can see the current location through map and through longitude, latitude update. User can after 2 seconds after the location will be updating on our UI Google Maps. It will detect COVID status for positive or negative from user server within giving range. User can set the range of 1 kilo to 5 kilo. Here shown that no one found affected within 1 kilo, but when user set the 2 kilo, there is one patient found who is COVID positive. Here is the mobile notification alert sample, while affected people come within 5-meter range of user established by notification. Here is the notification came around on the phone. When a COVID positive victim came around within 5-meter range. And here is the Firebase. We used cloud file store for real-time data synchronization in Firebase, and where Firebase updating after 2 seconds after. And here is the longitude latitude updating for every user after 2 seconds after. And what the problem we faced? We faced for some dependencies for Firebase authentication when we went to sync on Gradle app. We changed the minimum SDK version and updated the SDK compiler as required. This problem firstly for free Google Firebase mobile phone authentication for development. and we tried for Bluetooth connection, but it didn't work. Then we go for Google API, Google Map free version. Then faced issues on auto location updating on database. Without clicking on location icon on the dashboard, the location updating didn't work on background. We fixed the issues. Faced a problem on counting patients within the 5-meter range, as initially we gave the database location update limited for 10 seconds. Then we minimized the time into 2 seconds. Why to use this application? To ease of access, a more transparent data record for government, feasibility, self-awareness and protection for users, swifter response when vaccine is available. Then how it can be more successful in Bangladesh. In future, if we get government support like having COVID test result data, then we are planning to take user COVID status update controlling by us. If any patient is COVID victim according to government test data, and if he or she doesn't install the application, they will get install request alert message. Once a COVID victim installs the app, he or she doesn't need to control the COVID status. It will be automatically update syncing with the database from the beginning. The Bluetooth and GPS will start work automatically until the user recovers from COVID. COVID patient also can't do uninstall logout unless he or she recovered or again logged in with same number on other device, because by one mobile number you can register on only one device at a time. The new logged in device will work like earlier one until you recover. If users recover from the system, shows them positive, yet then they can send a system verification request of their COVID status through giving their test result ID. Then the system administrator will work following on the objection. So overall, we want the best possible accuracy level on serving and UI topic of our projects in future. Thus, it will be helpful not only in country but also worldwide. Conclusion: in final, we become successful and made the application with every initial important feature from the scratch, and all the functions are working in its appropriate manner. But also we need the government support, because only Bangladesh government organization IEDCL has a huge number of COVID-19 patient and data resources. So if the government shares their resources like Canadian government, then we can work on it to the next level. But apart from this, our project can work manually with the same facilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let me call on the next presenter. The paper about energy efficiency for low energy indoor eco-friendly applications through green building materials by Anas Zafirol.
My name is Anazafirul bin.
Do you see my screen? Anyone,
Yes.
can you see my, okay. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Abdullah Halim, Senior Lecturer, Department of Building, Faculty Architecture, Planning and Surveying, Universiti Technology Mara Perak Branch, Malaysia. My research project title is Energy Efficiency for Low Energy Indoor Eco-Friendly Application through Green Building Materials. This research is collaboration with company Rosli Pilar Building Tech Sdn Bhd. Okay, now we go to objective of this research. Okay, number one, to investigate insulation material of cement fiber hollow block to reduce the heat gain mainly determined by its thermal conductivity K value, thermal resistivity R value, and thermal transmission U value. Number two, to study the effect on adoption of green material design. Our project is to achieve home sweet home with good health, thermal comfort, can reduce electricity costs, good building envelope, be able balanced temperature, thermal heat, and moisture between day and night time. Next, environmental friendly with quality of building materials can be improved with consideration of sustainability. And last, energy efficiency by producing the use of effective and continuous energy to give better impact in the future. Okay, now look at problem statement of this research. If we look, the changing environment issues start from 1940s to 1950 with massive post-war development. Next, in 1960, start the environmental movements. Next, in 1970, the problem with energy crisis and seal building. In 1980s, with problem indoor climate with new term what we call sick building syndrome. Okay, after that, in 1990, Earth Summit, Sustainable Development Environment Assessment Method with Climate Change and Kyoto Protocol. In
Sorry,
2000s, become
your
Urban
screen.
Heat Island, will come second energy crisis, environmental disaster, and climate change. What will happen in future? Will energy demands grow? Energy costs, price growth, energy efficiency, and sustainability growth are gradual and environmental pressure grows.
Sorry, your screen changed to
World
WhatsApp.
environment climate has changed toward unpredictable change and Kyoto Protocol. In 2000s, become Urban Heat Island, will come second energy crisis, environmental disaster, and climate change. What will happen in future? Will energy demands grow? Energy costs, price growth, energy efficiency, and sustainability growth are gradual and environmental pressure grows. World environment climate has changed toward unpredictable weather where average global temperature has increased up to 0.74 Celsius since 1906 until 2070. This increment is an indication of more heat from the sun penetrating into our primary protector, which is the ozone layer. Due to this scenario, the secondary protector, which is the building wall, should play major role in giving comfort to the human. This is where the thermal conductivity of the building material become an important matter to study. Thermal conductivity or K value of solid material describes the ability of heat being transferred through conduction. High K value describe the material as highly conductive from one point to another. In other words, high K value material easily allows the heat to pass through it, which is not a good property for building materials. Cement fiber hollow block is the IBS type which incorporate various green elements which are considered. The innovation is the mixture of two elements such as cement and fiberglass to produce IBS component for use in the construction of a wall which has a better heat insulation. Indeed, with the advancement in technology and innovation, the cement fiber hollow block system is mainly used for non-structure wall and structure wall as an alternative to conventional bricks, concrete, and plaster. with high quality finishes and fast construction with less site labor and material requirements. The design thickness is very crucial where it will impact the cost of producing green materials. Thicker brick or block use more material and hence it increases the material cost. That's why cement fiber hollow block is designed with 6 mm block fiber with 100 mm air gap. To reduce the material cost, with this research, seek to explore the way in which the quality of building materials can be improved with better resistive value. The requirement on heat resistivity is very important for a building to prevent the building to be hot and uncomfortable. Your value for green material wall is very low and it can block the entry of large amount of heat and thereby cool the building rather than the clay bricks wall and concrete walls. The careful design of appropriate eco-friendly green building material has an important role in helping builders or stakeholders to start integrating sustainable design concepts. However, price is still the primary consideration in selecting construction material because it influences the profit of construction companies. This research not only on issue of mechanical strength, durability, and thermal properties, but also on the adoption of a green design to minimize material costs. From a commercial viewpoint, the importance of this research is the creation of new and equally effective construction products at low material costs. And for the cement fiber hollow block, can saving 50% material cost better than conventional materials. Okay, for our testing, we use test standard international standard for steady state measurement ISO 8301. Equipment, the Hilton B480 thermal conductivity of building and insulating material unit shown in figure 1 was used to measure the thermal conductivity of the different manufacturer specimens. The apparatus consists mainly of an insulated fiberglass hinge enclosure. The base section of the closure contains the heat flow meter and the core plate assembly and mounted on 4 springs. The plate is cooled with water to maintain it at constant temperature. The enclosure lid houses the electrically heated hot plate, which is electronically controlled for setting the required temperature. A computerized system is used to determine and display the measurement value of thermal conductivity. The hot plate temperature is set at 45 Celsius. Okay, the result. The steady state condition is achieved at the range of 105 to 170 minutes based on figure 2, in which monotonically direction is observed. Okay, this is a steady state region. The data at 130 minute to 170 minute in table 1 showing that the K value obtained is in the 1% stability, where D is the region of acceptable K value. The average of K value of obtained is 0.117 watt per meter Kelvin. From table 2 show the comparison of the cement fiber hollow block with other construction material. It is found that the cement fiber hollow block is better than the other materials. And with this improvement K value, the building built by this material should be less hot due to less heat transfer into the building. Okay, the R value of the cement fiber hollow block is 0.498 meter square Kelvin per watt. The U value to be reciprocal of R value where it is influenced by the thickness, and K value of the material used. U value of cement fiber hollow block is 2.01 watt per meter square Kelvin. So in Malaysia, usually for a brick wall of 115 mm thickness with 15 mm layer of plaster inside and outside is 2.43 watt per meter square Kelvin. From the K value obtained, it is found that K value of cement fiber hollow block material is lower than other building material upon conventional building materials. Cement fiber hollow block has low thermal conductivity and high insulation rate if compared with other building material. Cement fiber hollow block is 6 times colder than ordinary clay bricks. For normal tropical climate like Malaysia, building material that been used must have high insulation rate to avoid excess heat absorption inside the building area. Excess heat inside the building will increase interior air temperature and will bring hot condition to occupant. The U value of the cement fiber hollow block is lower than U value of another conventional material. If we look at the value of the U value where the maximum value is 2.0 watt per meter square, it can be said that the level of insulation is good. The low U value of cement fiber hollow block will be achieved by providing enough insulation at the wall building. Thus, wall insulation is very important to reduce U value. The lower the U value of certain materials and constructions, the better the insulation value and the quality of the heat entry prevention will also be improving. Okay, for the conclusion, K value and U value are two methods which are closely related. A thicker material will yield a lower U value of the certain materials. The lower the U value of certain construction material, the better the value of insulation and its quality of heat absorption prevention. Based on the application of wall building, U value obtained for cement fiber block is lower than clay brick wall and concrete wall. It shows cement fiber block has high insulation rate toward heat absorption inside the building. The requirement on heat resistivity is very important for a building to prevent the building to be hot and uncomfortable. U value for cement fiber block wall is very low and it can block the entry of large amount of heat and thereby cool the building rather than the clay brick wall and concrete wall. The cement fiber hollow block is an important green material that need to be considered by any building designer to gain efficiency energy usage of a building and the achievement of good usage of low energy indoor eco-friendly and will lead to positive impact on the aspect of air conditioning choice, operation in the building, and finally continuous maintenance will create efficiency energy usage in a building. Cement fiber block has low thermal conductivity and high insulation rate if compared with other building material. Cement fiber hollow block is 6 times colder than ordinary clay brick for normal tropical climate like Malaysia. Building material that has been used must have high insulation rate to avoid excess heat absorption inside the building area. Excess heat inside the building will increase interior air temperature and will bring hot condition to occupant. Therefore, low K value material is necessary to prevent the absorption of excess heat into the building and then cool the building. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, and my apologies. We cannot. I think we cannot cater any questions for that. Oh, all right. And let's proceed with our next presenter. The topic is about the model of crowd context-based learning via IoT wearable technology to promote digital health literacy. To be presented by Vitsanu Nitaya Thamakul. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vitsanu Nitya Thamakul. I am PhD candidate at Division of ICT for Education at Kebangsaan University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. Now, present research topic is model of cloud context-based learning via IoT wearable technology to promote digital health literacy. This is outline for presentation. That's all. Now, COVID-19 pandemic situation has created major change in educational and public health ecosystem in dimension of healthcare, disease prevention, and health promotion. Digital health literacy is an essential learning outcome for pupils in ubiquitous healthcare ecosystem. Consists 4 components: is access, understand, apply, and apply information technology in digital health context. Digital health technology have been highlighted and flexible solution to solve problem during the pandemic of COVID-19. All these past educational and public health organizations need to operate to resolve mobilization to sourcing digital technology to promote digital health literacy for citizens. Let's move on the research objective. The research objective of this research is to synthesize and evaluate the appropriate the model IoT available to promote digital health literacy. This study has literature review about health education standard, digital health literacy, cloud-based learning, concept-based learning, IoT, and wearable technology from ERIC, PubMed, Scopus, and Web of Science online database. Research methodology used in this study is mixed method research. According to the exploratory sequence design, aiming to investigate and propose the model of cloud context-based learning via IoT wearable technology to promote digital health literacy. The research process dives into 3 stages. First stage, analyze the CCVL via IoT wearable model by review literature. Second stage, synthesize and evaluating the CCVL via IoT model and evaluating the appropriateness of the CCVL via IoT model by expert judgment. The result section 1, the propose the model. From figure 1, the model to promote digital health literacy has 4 major components. First component is input factor. It is primarily resolved as the educational and public health organization need to operate. To sourcing input factor consists of 6 subcomponents. Second component is IoT variable different learning process consisting of 5 process. Context aware, arresting, observing, and questioning, crowd information seeking, operating, and self-reflection. Third component is digital guidance assessment. And finally, components is data visualization and real-time feedback. Section 2, result of evaluating the appropriateness of model. From table 1, present the result of appropriateness of model by expert statement from experts. Found that overall appropriate rating of the proposed model as very high level. When considering S item or item has appropriate as very high level, as experts agree on the appropriateness of proposed model. That can be applied to design digital intervention to promote digital health literacy. Conclusion and discussion. The current context-based via IoT variable model to promote digital health literacy consists for major components is input factor, IoT deep-end learning process, digital deep-end assessment, and data visualization and real-time feedback. This model is the novel concept by educational and public health organization to sourcing input factor, also orienting and facilitating the IoTW deep-end learning process. Activity, cognitive tool, and graphical user interface in 5 steps are context aware, arresting, observing, and questioning, crowd information seeking, operating, and self-reflection to simulate learning cognitive process includes attention, perception, comprehension, decision making, and metacognition. As a step, the learning process will be a stakeholder alert on the data visualization concerning the number of delivery, visibility, discovery, and activity in IoTW deep learning process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions? Questions? Seems none, then let me go ahead and call on the next. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Whitson, are you there?
Sir, you have a question.
Oh, I guess he left.
My apologies. All right, then let's go ahead and call on our next presenter, the paper about dynamic positioning system, capability analysis for offshore support vessel. To be presented by SM Salem. Hi, yeah, I can see your screen. Have it on presentation mode, then proceed. You have 13 minutes. Hello? Sir, you're on mute. Hello?
Hi, good morning. Good morning from
There.
Dubai.
Yeah,
Good
go
morning.
ahead.
Dynamic positioning system, capability analysis for offshore support vessel. We will talk today about dynamic positioning system, how it is defined in the regulations and the classification site notation. Dynamic positioning system, it is the ability of the vessel to maintain the position and the heading in the presence of environmental disturbance from wind, wave, current by using the thrust and the maneuvering system which is installed on the vessel. The vessel has 6 degrees of freedom called surge, sway, heave, and all moment around this movement like roll, pitch, yawing. Dynamic positioning system is control the vessel in the horizontal plane to avoid movement from surge, sway, and yaw. It is meaning the dynamic positioning will control surge, yawing, and sway, and to keep the vessel in the same position and the same heading, which is very important and very safely for offshore and operation. Fundamental purpose of DB system is control the vessel or the offshore platforms to the position and heading by using propellers and radars. The installation, it is against the forces from wind, current, and waves by generating the forces from propulsion system. In our research, we are talking about the important things like safety of the operation during the offshore installation, and how we can be efficient operation. It is to important no maximum environmental condition, and how the vessel will stand with the operation without any movement, how the vessel will keep the position and the heading even with the wind, current, and waves. Okay, it is important to know the positioning system of the vessel will call dynamic position capability plot. In this search, we have the plot, okay, to know how the vessel will withstand with the another environment.
So you're cutting in and out. I think it's your internet connection.
Determine the optimized thrust configuration.
Hello? And we lost him.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, you're
Sorry,
cutting in and out. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, to describe the methodology and the concept of.
We don't see your screen anymore.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'm here. I can share it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. It is okay now?
Yes, it's up. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. In our research, how we can maintain the safely operation and keep the vessel in the same position with the maximum environmental conditions, and describe the methodology of DB capability analysis plot and modeling environmental disturbance that act on the vessel, and optimize the thrust configuration. Maximum capability of DB system to determine the highest wind speed can be substituted with the optimized thruster configuration. After all of that, we represent our DB capability analysis by plotting, and it will be very easy to know the failure mode of each result from the fail and its ability to develop the failure plot. After that, the validation and the reliability of DB capability analysis tools to be tested and verified on the vessel to help to select the data from the DB vessel. Describing of DB tools, it will be estimation for forces and static balance, forces related to higher and wind speed, continue with the angles from fixed increment step to 360%. We'll start with this chart. We have the ship particulars, thruster to configuration, current wind speed. By this static balance, we have DB capability plot. It will be resulted from our calculations. Now find the procedures to start the tools, shape parameters, lateral position, and proceed with the capability analysis plot. Calculation to optimize the vessel thrust scenario for maximum wind speed the vessel can handle for particular directions of the environmental forces. The function of optimization in this case, it will be maximum stability wind using the maximum usable power. Static balance is used in the thrust capability calculation to estimate the thruster utilization at one wind speed and one wind heading. The definition of failure mode, considering the failure of one thruster or more thruster to be how the DB capability to be present in the failure plot. Hello?
Isam Salem.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, it's okay. And we have a case description of the case study. We have a class DB vessel 2. It is working as a subsea support vessel built on 2011. And we have all these ship particulars and the parameters and the configuration of propellers and how many propellers we have. We have propeller 1, propeller 2, 3, 4, 5. This meaning we knows how many thruster we have from 1 to 5, and in our scenario we'll make it 1 and 5 in normal condition, and we lose thruster 1 to see the vessel behavior, and lose thruster 1 and 5 and see the vessel behavior. We have cases 1, 2, 3 cases to see how a capability plot will help us to see the vessel. By wind loading acting on the vessel, we can determine the forces, Fx, Fy, moment. This for wind coefficient in x-axis and in y-axis, and also in the moment. After that, the methodology of the calculation of the wind, we can determine from classification societies, which calculated now alpha, which alpha the wind is subject to the vessel, and we can calculate also CWX, CWY, moment of yawing. Calculation of current. Now we calculate the wind, and now we escape for current. Current also we have to follow the same procedures for XY, XX, and the moment. And the vessel speed, we have also to find the vessel speed and also the area of the centroid. And the last one, waves load. It is meaning now we have three environmental forces: wind, current, and waves. And by this curve, we can find the relationship between waves height and the wave period and wind speed. One of the classification society calculated the thrust by this formula, and we used also this formula in our calculation to find the power and to find the thruster which is needed for DB position. We also, by this vessel, we configured all thrust type actuator, azimuth thruster, boards, shaft, and propeller. And if we to calculate it and profile, then the thruster calculation, depending on environmental forces, are calculated as well. It is meaning in the environmental forces and the moment composed of wind and current and the waves forces, and the moment for calculation of DB plot. When we have a plot, it is meaning we have the vessel and the coefficient like this. This from surge, this from sway, this from yaw, which vessel movement characteristics. And also it is calculated by current, some coefficient to be able to calculate the current and the waves and thruster also as well. We have 5 thruster. We have effective thruster for each one. And maximum capability plot, we are now going to plotting all these results in our research using the speed and angles of waves and wind. Maximum DB capability results to optimize the thruster configuration. We find now direction, effective, and the power and utilization for each thruster. For case number 1, simulation, which T1 and T5 in order, we get this curve. And we can compare now DB capability tools and the StatCab program also as well. And the DB capability analysis case number 2, we use different angle to get the curve, and we compared this curve with DB StatCab program. That this task has been effectively estimated into several goals, and DB capability maximum over a chosen thruster and the provided standard DB plot to be able to find the DB capability plot for each vessel. Optimized handling complex array of design and clear reliable DB assessment can be done at every basic stage of the design. It is very important to know your vessel in the basic stage of the design and you know how the DB tools will be flexible for your vessel and the kind of reliability is defined. It is evidence from validation study. DB tools can meet the basic one speed optimization of thrust, function increasing unknown variable over multiple loops. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone would like to ask a question? All right, seems none. And we will have a short break. Please be back exactly 30 minutes. Just stay online, everyone.
Meron naman consolidate
Naka-short break pa.
Hindi ba mag-virtual tour yung yung bukas? Yung taga-region, pero yung taga-central, bukas na virtual. Kaya nagpo-coaching yung mga taga-region ang nandyan na sa onset. Nandyan sila? So yung pupunta is talaga sa pag-relative,
Isa man pala niya akong dyan.
Ay, hindi po, sa mga program chairs, mga dyan sila. Sila mga program chairs. Hindi naman pala kayo mamigit, tataan niya
Presenter.
Iya, pero sila kabaran nila. Kaya may people mo, di ba? Sino po sa program chairs?
Pabulog ka na, pagkaroon ka na.
Oo, si Ben ka naman.
Magugustuhan mo yan, Harus.
Wala akong Zoom link.
Gusto mo talaga yan?
Si Bok, si Pamangkin.
Nag-ano kasi, nag-mature kang pero ka na. Hubin ka pa man, pero...
Ay, hindi ko sa picture.
Tawa ng takado pang pabulog.
Ako, sir, gusto ko nga sir magpabulog at siya. Ay, mapapag-Brazil.
Hindi naman si lolo mo.
Pabulog lang na
Iba yung meaning ng pabulog ka.
Ano?
Yung nakapakasta ng kasi bulugan naman ang iniisip mo.
Welcome back, everyone. There. Hello. 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 Is everyone back? We will start in 2 minutes. Please call on your colleague. We will be starting. I've been mute. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ma'am
Hello.
Hi, thank you. So quiet. All right, so are we ready?
Okay.
All right, let's start. And welcome everyone to our technical session 2. And I would like to also okay. Our first presentation, I would like to invite the paper about the employment status of the graduates of Bachelor of Physical Education in Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Philippines, to be presented by Emily Borja. Emily Berja or Berja. Emily? Hi. Oh.
Good day, everyone. This is Emily J. Berja, the researcher and presenter of the research paper entitled Employment Status of the Graduates of Bachelor of Physical Education in Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Philippines. For the introduction, an academic institution's mission is to provide quality and socially responsive graduates that will help in the nation's progress. One factor to determine the success of an academic institution is to determine the employability of its graduates. The quality of graduates is very much a feature of a quality education and services, since they will help ensure that graduates are prepared with the expertise, skills, and values that will allow them to work in their respective fields. Based on the Graduates Employability Survey of 2020, 9 out of 10 graduates are working 86% found a job within 6 months after graduation, 66% are in private sector, and 50% are on permanent contract. Market factors determine the kind of competencies needed by the workforce, and universities need to look forward to bringing in and handling desirable transition. Graduate tracer studies are a reliable instrument for universities to assess the quality and functionality of the programs they offer to their graduates. They offer a solid basis for deliberate enhancement of both the material and the delivery of their instructional programs, such as teaching and learning. The best features of a university are its best advertisement. Properly planned and implemented tracer studies offer insight about the degree to which the institution's goal, purpose and goals, curriculum objectives, and student learning outcomes have been accomplished. In 2015, the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology offered the Bachelor of Physical Education and produced the first graduates of the program last 2019. The program is one of the priority programs of the Commission of Higher Education. The program is expected to produce graduates that are equipped with capabilities at par with international standards. This tracer study is intended to recognize the job predicament of BPE that is critical for university planners and administrators, as it will act as the framework for better strategies to enhance its existing program for students and group clients it represents. The objective of the study. This study was conducted to determine the employment status of the graduates of Bachelor of Physical Education in Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Philippines. Specifically, it aimed to determine the gender profile of the BPE graduates and the employment status of the graduates. About the methods and materials. The descriptive analysis approach was used in this study to assess the job status of Bachelor of Physical Education graduates at Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, academic year 2018-2019. The study was conducted in the province of Camarines Sur, Philippines, where almost all of the graduates are residing. Names and addresses of the graduates were secured from the college registrar's office. The instrument used to gather the data is adapted from the tracer study questionnaire developed by the Commission of Higher Education for tertiary graduates. The CHED instrument was adopted and embedded in a Google form, then distributed through email and Facebook Messenger of the target respondents. The data were collected through the administration of the survey questionnaire to target respondents. With the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, physical contact was prohibited. Thus, the questionnaire was sent through email and Facebook Messenger. Snowball random sampling technique were utilized to recruit more respondents for the tracer study. The number of respondents were determined using the Sloven's formula. The data collected was sorted, encoded, tabulated, and analyzed using the Social Sciences Statistical Package program, and the results were presented in graphs and tables. For the results and discussion, under the gender profile of the respondents, shown in Figure 1 is the gender profile of the respondents, and the results in the gender profile of the respondents showed that the majority of the graduates are female, which encompasses 53.3% of the respondents of the total number of respondents. This is in contrast with the data of the Philippine Statistics Authority, where males dominate females in terms of population in the Philippines. Table 1 shows the personal profile of the respondents. The researcher looked also into the knowledge and skills acquired from the course or the degree program. The knowledge and skills acquired from the course program showed an overall mean of 3.43, interpreted as slightly satisfied looking into the individual item. Shown in Table 2, the knowledge and skills acquired from courses or degree program. One is the enhanced academic knowledge, which has the mean of 3.36, improved problem-solving skills, 3.30, improved research skills, 3.12, improved learning efficiency with a mean of 3.48, improved communication skills with a mean of 3.44, enhanced creativity and innovativeness, 3.6, interpreted as moderately satisfied, enhanced teamwork spirit with a mean of 3.66, which is also interpreted as moderately satisfied, and enhanced work competencies, 3.62, with a total grand mean of 3.43, interpreted as slightly satisfied. The researcher also looked into the employment status, and based on the results gathered, there was a high percentage of employed BPE graduates with 70.9%, and other who ventures in opening their own business for them to be self-employed with a percentage of 3.88, over the unemployed, which is 25.24%. This result implies that the majority of the graduates are currently employed after they have earned their bachelor's degree. This is shown under Table 3. Also, the researcher looked into the reasons for unemployment. When the unemployed graduates were asked for reasons why they were not employed at the time of this study, many of them cited that they are pursuing further studies. It comprises the percentage of 42.3% as the main reason. This was followed by some other reasons that they don't want to disclose, with 26.92%. Family responsibility has 15.28%, and with only 3 or 11.53% cited that they are not yet interested to join the labor force. However, there was 1 or 3.84% who have a health problem. This implies that BPE graduates who would like to take further studies and can't manage it with working at the same time, and some are likely undecided of what work they wanted to venture on. This is shown in Table 4. For the present occupation, it is presented in Table 5, the present occupation of the BPE graduates. Most of the graduates are massage therapists with 14.5%, followed by fitness instructor, 7.8%, and teacher with 7.8%. Then, the remaining graduates are in varied field and occupation. This result implies that most of the graduates landed in a job related to their degree, and this is presented in Table 5. The researcher also looked into the monthly salary of the respondents. As to the monthly salary of the respondents, it was found out that majority were earning 10,000 pesos below per month, or the 72%. This was followed by those graduates earning 20,000 or less than 30,000, or the 14%, and with only 2 or 3% have a monthly salary of more than 30,000 pesos. This findings show that most of the graduates earned an income that were not enough to sustain an expenditure of one basic family. Comparison is shown in the graph. For conclusion and recommendation, most graduates of the Bachelor of Physical Education are female, and majority of the graduates pursue higher degree of education. It can also be implied that the program should be enhanced since the graduates are slightly satisfied with the knowledge and skills they have acquired from the program. However, despite their satisfaction, most graduates are currently employed in different sectors and are earning 10,000 and below per month. Based on the findings of the study, there is a need for an institutionalized career guidance network for students before pursuing their main fields, and for a forum between high school graduates and their parents and the teachers to create a career option and a successful environment of work. In addition, the curricula of Bachelor of Physical Education should be enhanced to ensure that the graduates are equipped with the capabilities they need to be at par with the industry. Shown are the references used in this study. That is all about my presentation. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone? I do see there's Miss Emily. So do you have any questions? All right, seems none. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, ma'am. How are you? Oh,
She's there. She's there. You're on mute, madam.
Mami Ems, nakamute ka po.
yeah. Am I audible to you? Okay, ma'am. So, is this process is already active in your college? So, are you gathering details like this? Hello.
I'm so sorry, Miss Emily, but we cannot hear you. But if you do hear the question, you might as well put in the chat box the answer. Oh, is it me? Is it just me? Or can you hear Miss Emily? Anyone?
No, it's really difficult to hear her.
Yeah, I can't hear her too. Sir, if you may, please do address Miss Emily in the chat box and type your question so that she will know that it's for her. And
Okay,
that
well,
way she may able to read it and she can answer it.
okay. Okay, fine. Then we can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you so much, Jacinda.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
please,
Emily.
Miss Emily, please do check the chat box and do answer the question. All right. Thank you so much. And let's move on to our next presenter. Let us welcome the topic or the paper about engaging students in learning through visual demonstration models and engineering education, to be presented by Hadiyar Hassan. Hadiyar? Hadiyar? I don't see Hadiyar. Hello? Second call to the topic about engaging students in learning through visual demonstration models in engineering education, to be presented by Hadar Hazan. All right. And let's move on. I would like to welcome the paper about the customer's preferences analysis of IoT features for truck fleet logistics in Indonesia. That to be presented by Daniel Avian Karjadi. Daniel?
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Yeah. You can go ahead and share your screen. Have it in presentation mode, and you have 13 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Evian Karjadi from Pradita University, Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity to present this paper in this conference. It is titled Customers' Preference Analysis of IoT Features for Truck Fleet Logistics in Indonesia. I co-authored this paper with my colleague, Mr. Bayu Yasaweda, and also supported by our lecturer, Mr. Eric Dasky, and our rector, Professor Dr. Richardus Eko Indrajit. So this abstract summarized the paper where in Indonesia, IoT in truck fleet logistics has been long implemented, and nowadays more features offered with the solution. This paper analyzed the customer's preference of those features using conjoint analysis. The data is collected from total of 104 response from companies operating total trucks 6,922. The result of this analysis is beneficial for truck fleet company business, for their business strategy, IoT service or platform provider, for truck fleet logistic community, logistic department of both private and state-owned company, and government as policymaker. So this is the methodology is straightforward. Start with the literature review of IoT for truck fleet, and also on the conjoint analysis. Then survey and data collection, followed with data analysis and result. In discussion chapter, the result is compared with other study regarding IoT adoption, and the paper is closed with conclusion and suggestion. So this slide exhibits the system diagram of IoT for truck logistics. The explanation is as follows. IoT service provide the truck with the GPS device, and is also with sensor, for instance, to detect the door open or close, temperature sensor for freezer or refrigerated cold storage truck, or also if leak or safety sensor for hazardous dangerous chemical transport. Then this is optional, and typically sensors connected to data collector which sends data to the IoT platform. Then for customer to track the activity, the status, and the location of the truck, and also the goods being delivered. The order management system here is connected or interface with the customer system. The connectivity could be manual, meaning the customer updating into the IoT platform, or automatic with their system or ERP. And the driver also can update the status or look at the warning if there is any from the mobile device connected to the IoT platform. Based on previous papers, these are the steps for conjoint analysis process, and selected for this study is model using part word function model, the data collection method using full profile approach, stimulus set 9 stimuli using fractional factorial design, stimulus presentation, verbal description using a table, measurement scale, rank the preference. So the respondent must rank in input or in a table. The estimation method using multiple regression analysis to estimate part word and standardize part word utilities. These are the paper that we study. Then conjoint analysis derives the total metric partial utilities from the survey respondent ranking result. The higher utility value equal to the higher preference. This is the formula from the paper. Then this is the design. We are using IBM SPSS version 2.4 for the calculation. So we created these 3 attributes: IoT type with the level of GPS only and GPS with sensors, and IoT platform, no order management, meaning only the customer only tracking the GPS, and the sensor if they select that. Manual order or integrated, like I explained before. Sorry, this should be number 3. The price. The price here is in 1,000 of rupiah of subscription, typical subscription price in Indonesia. So this is the design as we input into the SPSS, fractional design with list of 9 stimuli is generated in here. So this is generated from the SPSS. So this is the one that we give for respondent to rank. Then we select the respondent. They are selected from expert company who's been in business for 10 years or more, and managing 14 respondents is managing trucks below 100, 12 respondent 100 to 1,000, and 78 up to 4,000. So respondent are companies from various industries: cement, chemical, water, general manufacturing, mining, pharmacy, plantation, agriculture, transporter, and distribution. So this is after we calculate the respondent rank from SPSS. This is the result that we get. So to make it more representable, I put it in the graph. So it's shown here that for price it is preferred 150, and for IoT platform feature, the preferred is the integrated, and for GPS, the preferred is with sensor. And the SPSS also calculate the average importance score. This average from those score. So the most preferred from the feature is the IoT platform, then the price, then the IoT type, GPS with sensor or not. The model is proven strong. because using correlation coefficient between observed and estimated preference is this number, Pearson and Kendall-Tau, and also significant with the numbers of significant below 0.05. So, sorry. So from the literature also we compared the result with this literature about the IoT adoption. In general, it includes these factors, technology readiness, executive management support, compatibility, firm size, complexity, security concern, regulatory support, and intention. So these factors directly or indirectly can influence the customer's preference. For instance, in industry like chemical and cement in Indonesia, there are government regulation to track the truck fleet. In addition, big companies like factor number 5 also have factor number 4 firm size, big company. Also have factor number 5, 6, and 8, the complexity, security, and intention for integration with their ERP. So in relation with culture also, this study we compare. This study concluded that the cost is the highest factor of IoT acceptance in India. But in Indonesia, the feature is more important because one of the reasons is also because of the regulation, for certain industries. And cost component proved to be the same finding, although in Indonesia not the most important. So in conclusion, as you can see in the analysis, the IoT platform which is integrated with the price, of course, usually customer ask for the lowest, but the IoT device they prefer the one with GPS and sensor. Sorry, I think there is a typo there. Result of the analysis shows that the challenges for every actor in the ecosystem, especially IoT service provider, how to reduce costs with more advanced integrated IoT platform or IoT device is preferred. From hardware point of view, integration of sensors with smartphone as GPS using Bluetooth technology can be an efficient way to reduce costs. This enriching also the features of IoT platform. Built-in sensors in the smartphone may be utilized also as sensor replacement for a certain activity. This is intended to reduce hardware investment and reduce costs. Advancement in technology like utilization of artificial intelligence, like machine learning, is coming to IoT features. So the same method can be analyzed also using conjoint analysis in the future to predict customer preference. That's all. This is the references used in my paper. That's all. Thank you. And also I want to thank those that already support this presentation, this paper.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Any question? Anyone would like to ask a question? None? All right. And then let's move on. Our next, I would like to invite the topic about exploring higher education teachers' online teaching experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic by Lucille Tanggihan. You're on mute.
Tanggihan, ma'am. Okay,
And we
good
had-
afternoon.
sorry.
Yes, good afternoon. Am
Right,
I audible
you can go ahead
na,
and
ma'am?
yes, you are. And go ahead and share your screen and have it on presentation mode. Then you have 13 minutes, Lucille.
Can you see my screen now, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Have it on presentation mode, then go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is Exploring Higher Education Teachers' Online Teaching Experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic. As mentioned by the conference chair this morning, COVID-19 forced colleges and universities to toggle to workable educating and instructing endeavors. The Commission on Higher Education in the Philippines issued a recommendation for the implementation of a new teaching modality. So it's almost 2 years now, but students continue to study remotely and teaching is still in online modality. The research design used in this study is a qualitative phenomenological research design. And this was employed in the study. The research questions are the following. What are the lived experiences of higher education teachers amidst COVID-19 pandemic? What are the mental health issues experienced by higher education teachers amidst COVID-19 pandemic? And what are the coping strategies of higher education teachers amidst COVID-19? For the data gathering, in-depth individual interviews were used to gather data. The guide questions were employed by the researcher. Steps in getting the data and getting the analysis of the data. First, transcribing the data. Second, coding the data. Third, gathering codes into themes, checking or reviewing themes, and then defining themes and labeling each theme. Participants indicated that it accurately mirrored their experience and that the summaries were accurate, giving the study credibility. There were 10 college teachers or instructors in a state college, and the participants were chosen using a purposive sample strategy. For the results and discussions, there were significant statements, but these were the themes that emerged from the narratives, from the stories of these teachers being interviewed for discussion. One, problems encountered by teacher in online teaching. One, we have passive learners, limited teaching approaches and strategies used, online cheating, software not user-friendly, tardiness in submitting requirements on the part of the students. And then, even if it is almost 2 years, you still have the problem of unstable connectivity. Mental health issues experienced. Teachers expressed that they were stressed. They experienced anxiety and worry and fear of uncertainty. For their coping strategies, they pursued a new interest. They take a break from social media and they're listening to inspirational songs and videos. Okay? For the conclusion, the absence of real classroom experience, passive learners, limited teaching approaches and strategies, online cheating, not user-friendly software, tardiness in submitting requirements, the type of budget used by students, and maintaining discipline online were the biggest problems according to teachers' personal experiences. So they experience anxiety, worry, as well as apprehension about the future. And as college teachers teaching online during the epidemic, this lived experience prepared the path for their coping mechanisms or strategies. Okay, recommendations. Schools are also being urged to reinforce the curriculum's practices. The conduct of webinars and virtual meetings regarding mental health and well-being is highly recommended. And then craft educational policies to strengthen management and curricular systems of the college or university. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone would like to ask a question? Feedback. Anyone? None?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, ma'am Lozelle. How are you?
Hi, hello, sir. I'm good. Thank you for the opportunity for this conference.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation as well. Yeah, it was really good, and I just wanted to know that what are the difficulties you're facing in online teaching, especially for higher education. If it is for a school student or maybe maybe first or second class, that's fine. For what are the difficulties in higher education? Because there will be practical sessions will be there. So how you're handling those things?
For online cheating, for example, we see to it that now our assessment strategies would be the experience of the students so that they would take it from their own and they would not anymore copy from the net. So we revise, or we make a new method, for example, of getting their experiences as an assessment strategy so that they will be speaking on their own and not on behalf of others of cheating, for example.
Okay. Okay, fine. So, so like this, you can reduce the malfunction.
Okay, and for example, for the stress experience and anxiety experience by the teachers, we conducted seminars and webinars, how to manage stress, how to take a break, and then for mental, physical webinars for mental health. So we conducted that one to address this problem. And then for the strategies, we also conducted seminars, different seminars, for the teachers to have more online strategies to be used in Google Classroom, for example, because as mentioned by the teachers in their narratives, they can only use few strategies because it's difficult to have collaborative strategy. So we conducted strategies that can use collaborative method in teaching higher education students. I think that's all, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for explanation.
Okay.
I can take over, Jojo.
Thanks so much, and thanks so much for that presentation. And now, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Vitantonio Roma. Sir, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for coming, for attending with us. Thank you so much.
Can I start?
Of course, please.
Okay, good morning. Thank you to everybody. The presentation title is Role of the Geotechnical Engineering in the Civil Engineering Works. Now, the index. So we will start with an introduction with some ancient examples, and then we will continue with the nowadays applications, and then I will show some examples from real cases. So here you can see some examples of the ancient geotechnical engineering works. For example, the Sphinx and the pyramids, 2500 before Christ, the temples in the ancient Greek, in Sicily, and also you can see the Chinese Great Wall, Colosseum, are all examples of ancient geotechnical engineering works. Here you can see the tower, the Pharaoh's Tower in Egypt, the Roman Appia Road in Italy, and the Roman Dam, Emerita Augusta in Spain. And also another example of geotechnical engineering is the wooden piles in Venice. Here, going ahead with the gates, you can see here an example of tunneling. Is the vertical St. Patrick's Hall in Orvieto in Italy, and here you can see is a vertical tunnel excavated in the rock. And here you can see the Pisa Tower in Italy and Siena Tower, always in Italy. So these are examples of buildings and foundations that are designed with geotechnical engineering. Nowadays, technical engineering applications and activities are here shown in this figure. So this figure is modified from geotechnical book by John Atkinson. So you can see here that number one, we have natural and artificial slopes. Then we have the concrete and the earth dams. And here you have buildings, structures, skyscrapers, bridges, power plants, foundations. And then you have retaining structures for excavations underground, and tunnels, and metro lines and mines. Then also you have roads, railways, embankment and pavimentations. And here you have constructions of soft soils and the foundations of offshore structures in the sea. And also other activities of the geotechnical engineering are vibrations and seismicity, and also waste disposals. So now in this table, you can see the geotechnical engineering works and the solutions that are used to solve these geotechnical engineering works. For example, if you have some natural slope or artificial slope with risk of landslides, then you have to apply deep foundations or ground improvement or retaining structures and drainage and consolidation systems, or reinforced earth, for example. Or if you have here tunnels, metro lines and the mines, then you apply ground improvement, retaining structures, rock improvement, drainage and consolidation systems. And again, if you have foundations of offshore structures, then you apply deep foundations, ground improvement, etc. So now go with the examples. First example is the Laurentiano landslide. It's located on the high-speed railway between Bologna and Florence in Italy. Here Bologna, here is Florence, and the Laurentiano is located here. This is Italy, and the zone here is just here. The seismic zone is the number 3 according to the Italian seismic classification of 2006. The PGA is 0.04 G. The geological formation is that one of the Monte Adone. There is an alternation of very thin clay layers and sandstone layers. This is the geological profile between Bologna and Florence, and here is located the Laurentiano site. This is a picture, a photo of the Laurentiano landslide. Here you can see that the yellow arrows indicate the landslide. And here this is the high-speed railway between Bologna and Florence. So as we will see, in order to retain the landslide, a wall was built on this side and an artificial tunnel was built on this left side. Here you can see an example of a collapse of the rock that fell down. Now, this is a cross-section of the sliding surface. So this is the ground surface. And you can see here, this is the landslide surface. And here we have, in order to prevent the landslide, a retaining structure was built here. And this is the high-speed railway. And some draining wells here. And we are, in order to lower the water table upstream the retaining structure. The technical characterization consists of so the sliding deposit is made by sandy silts, the sliding surface that are very thin layers of clay, and below you find the soft rock base that are siltstones. Now, this is the monitoring system of the retaining structure of the wall here. This is the railway. And these are all the geotechnical investigations that were made in order to study this problem, this issue. Here is a larger scale, and you see that this is the railway. This is the retaining structure, and this is also the downstream side of the railway. So this is a cross-section of the retaining structure. You can see that this is the cross-section of the railway, and upstream you have the landslide, and here you have the retaining structure that is made of 2 rows of board piles, and also these rectangular concrete elements. Here also you have the perforated tubes with the scope of draining the water table. The maximum length of the piles is 32 meters, and 9 meters is the maximum height of the retaining wall above the ground level. This is a draining wall that has some micro drains horizontally in order to lower the water table. This graph shows the displacements of the retaining structure immediately after the construction. This is the end of the construction of the retaining wall. And you can see that the maximum displacement is about 2.5 cm, and it is stable over time. This is the artificial tunnel that is on the other side of the road. And you can see the artificial tunnel with the drains to lower the water table and 3 wells to lower the water table upstream. These are the cross sections of the artificial tunnel. You can see that here you have 2 rows of piles in this zone of the artificial tunnel. This is a plan view. This is a model in a practice of the landslide with the artificial tunnel. And this is a photo of the real construction as it is nowadays. And it is a photo from Google Earth of the railway. This is the artificial tunnel, and this is the wall as it is nowadays. Another example is the power plant Gagliano, Sicily. Here we are in Sicily. It is a power plant from Eni. And you can see that there is an inclination of the land of about 10 degrees. This area is of medium to high seismicity. This is a cross section. You can see the blowdown system. Also here we have the steel frame for the compressors, and here is a concrete frame. And all these structures are founded on piles, foundation piles. So this is the technical characterization. We have, apart from the superficial ground, the second layer is made of grains into clay silt matrix. Then we have the weathered plastic clay, stiff clay, and the very stiff clay. By geological point of view, we have alluvium deposit, weathered and plastic varicolori clays, and very stiff brown clays with blocks of quartzarenite, flesh numitico. The PGA is 0.35 G. The site type is type E. Here you have the shear wave velocity and the volume velocity. So, the foundation system under each facility is here reported. You see that the diameter of the piles is 1 meter, except for the steel frame and the concrete building where the diameter ranges between 0.6 and 1. The length of the piles is 20 meters. And this is a lab test that we performed. This is a model for the piles or over the compressor, under the compressor. This is a plan view, and some, the natural frequencies of the soil deposit were calculated in order to avoid some resonant phenomena. Here is a load test on the pile number 5. You can see here with the results. Now, next example is the Panigello tunnel. So this is a tunnel, this is a portal, and we have a micropiles wall with the tie roads, and here we have cemented pipes of umbrella arc. These are the cemented pipes of umbrella arc. This is a longitudinal profile. Here is the portal, and this is the tunnel. This is a cross section of the portal. This is the geological profile. So we are dealing with the Planicello tunnel here. That is excavated with the traditional method. Monaci Chiaramunda tunnels are instead excavated by means of the tunnel boring machine. This is a particular of the geological profile at the Panicello tunnel. We have silts and clays and some conglomerates in sandy matrix with gypsum inside. This is the geotechnical characterization. So we have sands, silty clays, and conglomerates and gypsum. This is a longitudinal section of the Panicello tunnel. So you can see this is the face, and these are the reinforcement by means of Spitzbeton at the face. These are the metal the steel reinforcement. Okay, and this is the transversal section. You can see the cemented wood-tier reinforcement, the training perforated pipes here. Now, what happens if there was a failure? So there was a collapse above the tunnel here in this zone, and the grouting after failure all was created in order to allow the advancement of the excavation. Another example, the residual soils in Africa. So this is an example of the railway between Idu Kaduna in Nigeria, and you can see this embankment is about 20 meters height, and this material is the lateritic soil. Now this is a cut. You can see that is almost 12 meters, and it stands vertically, almost vertically, but it may fail suddenly. So it is very dangerous. In fact, failure occurred after more than 6 months. Here we are in Ghana on the Takoradi Sekondi Railway. This is the final wall that was built after the failure. These are some lab tests that were performed in Pisa on this lateritic soil. The main issue is that the effective cohesion of these lateritic soils depends on the saturation degree of the ground. The Pisa Tower. So this is me when I was young. We are in 2001. We performed some seismic tests at the Pisa Tower. These are the pipes that were used for the extraction of the ground. As we can see, the history of the inclination of the Pisa Tower from Barland. You can see that the inclination decrease of the tower over the years. The inclination started in 1200 and ended in 2000 with a maximum inclination of about 5.4 degrees. And here you can see the settlement on one side of the tower that caused this inclination. Now, you can see here that this is the cross-section of the Pisa Tower, and the settlement was on the south side of the tower. The stratigraphy is made of sandy and clay silts. Then we have sand and clay, sand, lower clay and lower sand. Water table is about at the ground level. What caused the inclination of the tower? It was the softer characteristics of the silt on the south side with respect to the north, and also what the pumping water from the layer C here caused the increase of the inclination of the tower. So pumping water caused the inclination of the tower finally. What was the solution for the inclination of Pisa Tower? Was the ground extraction from layer A on the north side of the tower, because the purpose was not to reduce inclination to zero, but to stop inclination and to reduce it a little bit. And you can see here the rotation of the tower, full under excavation, and then it was stabilized. The settlement on the north side, see, full under excavation, and then stopped. So this is a figure, a photo of the Miracles Square in Pisa. The seismic tests were performed here. And what we get here is the phase velocity of Rayleigh waves with frequency. And finally, the shear wave velocity at Pisa Tower by means of the mass method. So finally, I would like to talk about cost, safety, and feasibility. So, which are the costs of the technical engineering works in a railway if no tunnels are there? The costs are about 33% of the total cost. So geotechnical engineering is very important in buildings, in engineering works, civil engineering works, and especially in railways. If tunnels exist in the railways, then the cost of geotechnical engineering works may increase significantly to 61%. So conclusions. The geotechnical engineering significantly affect the civil engineering works in terms of feasibility, safety, cost, and time. Geotechnical engineering is based on scientific methods. However, observation of real behavior and failures is essential. Uncertainty in designing must be compensated by proper safety factors and observational approach to prevent failures. Finally, geotechnical investigations are essential to reduce uncertainty, costs, and the construction time. Here, there is a bibliography. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our keynote speaker. Thank you so much for, sorry. Thank you so much, sir. Anyone would like to ask our keynote speaker a question? Would you like to ask something about the topic? Thank you so much, sir. Then next, I would like to invite our session chair, Dr. Vaishali Dingra. All right, let's go ahead and proceed. Next, let us welcome our next presenter. The topic about the flood effect on the relationship between land use and gross provincial product in major cities of Thailand. To be presented by WCASET Swanpaga. Hi, I can see you. You're there.
Hi.
Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Yes.
Have it on presentation mode, and you have 13 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, let me share. Let me share screen. Oh, wait a minute. I cannot see my screen. Can I share my PowerPoint?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to present my research about the topic of flood effect on the relationship between land use and cross-potential products. This study just to say the preliminary study. This topic under the project development by JICA and JST. Okay, the first thing I would like to introduce my projects. I got the funding from Japan. We have to set up the projects under the names Advanced Co-Design of Integrated Strategy with Adaptation to Climate Change in Thailand. It's called Adaptive Projects. The first thing I would like to introduce about outline of Adaptive Projects. And the second one, our activities. And the last one, I will present some my research topic about flood effect on relationship between land use and cross-potential product and publish on web application. The first thing I would like to show outline about the title that show adaptive projects. We set up project 5 years. We separate the sub-team. This is the guideline or the main things. We set up the sub-team into sub-team. The first one, we called the sub-team ST1 is the data collection and some data preparation sub-team. For example, we set up the team from meteorology data, sub-team from irrigations, and sub-team from groundwater management. And the second one, after we collect some methodology data, we submit or link the data up to the to server and prepare some methodological model. And the second one is called sub-team ST2, Assessment of Adaptation to Climate Change. We separate into the 6 groups. The first one, forestry group, rural group, freshwater, urban, coastal, and semi team. This team I will show the activity in the next page. And I belong to the sub-team ST. After we get the assessment, evaluation, measurement to climate change of each sub-team, my team will present the best practice or correct the data into the related with economic model and publish. And after that, I propose to my government. This is the final goal. We join so many university in Thailand and Japan researcher. I will a little bit to show about the activity in sub-team ST2 or climate change teams. As I told you, the first sub-team is called IT team, seasonal forecast, future scenario, and groundwater and precipitation. This is for data collection, prepare data to the sub-team. Sub-team number 2 for compound of forest team. They collect the forestry data, watershed area in the north and in Chiang Mai. And rural team, we separate into 3 subgroups. The rural ones is called some major rice management and orchids. And the rural 2 is research about drought monitoring. And rural 3, we correct the drought monitoring and crop management on south effect soil in the northeastern area. And another 2 groups is called water management in the central plain area and the north region of Thailand. The last ones we separate into urban area and coastal and segmental. Urban area, we research about the rainfall management in Bangkok metropolitan area. Urban 2, after we know the behavior of rainfall, we try to adaptation to climate change after simulate the heavy rain and traffic impact of flood Bangkok. And another area we did research about coastal and sedimental in the northern of Thailand and southern east of Thailand. And this is my team develop decision-making support system adaptation to climate change. And final goal, we would like to publish our research to the Thailand in the integrate the strategy to adaptation climate change policy to Thai government. And then this is some activity of each sub-team for this. This is some sub-team for coastal and sedimental in the northern of Thailand. And this is some activity we cooperate with stakeholder on each sub-team. And this one for activity about group number 2, we show the best practice how to manage water management in drought crisis and make some server room for sharing the data. And IT team, we show publish the meteorologist data and known the monitoring system water resource. And this is the some expert for good practice how to use web map applications. And this is the example for how to make the land use simulation. And this one for groundwater management. And this one for water management. And this one for the example for the how to manage the irrigation water system about the orchids with the sanitary water. And another one, we try to develop the platform integrated how to measure the meteorological data and related with light management in Thailand, and set up some meteor field observation model, how to observe the soil salinity in the water and how to manage and plantation in the northeastern of Thailand. Okay, I will skip a little bit to related with my topics. My team is for to irrigation or related with water management related with economic model. Okay, then the objective of my team would like to determine relationship between flood and flood change in related with land use. We try to determine some parameter relationship with land use change and cross-provincial product. Final, we would like to determine the effect of land use and GDP in each the province of Thailand. We select the main 4 provinces: Chiang Mai, Suphanburi. Chiang Mai is the north of Thailand. Suphanburi is the central of Thailand, and Khon Kaen is northeastern, and the south is Songkhla. This is a major city in Thailand. We select for the sampling, and this one we try to use the data collection from any sub-team and try to forecast land use change, and by using remote sensing satellite. After that, we try to find some correlation between the land use pattern and flood, and after that, the GDP cross-provincial product in each. This is the result. We try to use the data from 2010, 2015, 2019, and forecast 2034 in the future. And this is for the Chiang Mai. Normally, mainly in Chiang Mai is the agriculture, forestry area, and the second class is agriculture area, and for urban area is only 4%. And in the Khon Kaen, the mainly is agriculture area and urban area 9.5%. And this is for Suphanburi, is central of Thailand, mainly in the agriculture area. And the second class is urban area. And the last one for Songkhla is the southern of Thailand, is not far from Malaysia's border, approximately 200 kilometers. The mainly is agriculture area 45% and urban area 10%. And after that, we try to find some simple correlation between the land use, flood, and another land use. And we found that is very, how to say, small correlation. Then we try to use another model to develop the relationship between the flood and the land use. After that, we try to determine the flood and GDP. We found is also a little bit or a small correlation, but then we try to develop another model for forecast in the future. And in your conclusion, we found that in Chiang Mai, the most flood area related with the water area, and Suphanburi, the flood related with urban area, because if urban area increasing, the model strongly recommend that the flood will be increasing. And Chiang Mai also, if we increasing the water area, it's also related with the flood. And Khon Kaen and Songkhla, if increasing the land use in agriculture area, it affect with the flood in the Thailand. And as a result, the flood we forecast from GDP is really for major different type of land use. Then we can estimate the GDP or provincial product from some land use change. And the last one, if is can some evidence that the effects of the post-provincial province may be affected with the flood. If we can protect the flood and use some best practice, we can save cost or save life, and we can make more GDP higher. And if we not do anything, the flood will affect decrease the GDP in Thailand, and poverty ratio will decrease. It is some conclusion from my study. Okay, this is the last. After that, we show some GDP model or related with each province, and we can show agriculture data, population data, household economy, and impact of natural disaster. We can propose this system if we develop the model by using multi-criteria model. We can select if we have some limited budget, which project we wish to do for protect some disaster, for example, the floods, the drought, the coastal, something blah blah. This is a final goal of my project related with adaptive projects. Okay, I think it's time pass really quick. I will stop my presentation now. If any question, I feel free to answer and get your comment. Thank you very much for your attention, please. Okay, we have any question about adaptive projects or my presentation?
Yeah. Anyone would like to ask question? Session chair. Thank you so much for that presentation, session chair. All right, then let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, session chair. And now we will be having a video presentation. A video presentation from Annalisa and Mateo with the topic of quality management approach for a sustainable and competitive production and enterprise development services. One moment. This is a video presentation, so I don't think we will be catering questions. One moment. Can you see my screen? Anyone, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Let me check if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
Good day, everyone. My name
Yes.
Okay, great.
is Annalisa Manrique Mateo. I'm one of the faculty members of the College of Arts and Sciences of the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. It is my pleasure to present my paper entitled Quality Management Approach for a Sustainable and Competitive Production and Enterprise Development Services.
In the Philippines, state universities and colleges are allowed to participate in commercial activities to generate income as specified in the Republic Act 8292. This study evaluated the state colleges' current system in terms of production and enterprise development or PED services, which could provide a platform for its entrepreneurial activities and income-generating projects. This innovative approach aimed to assess the PED's current system and check further if there are existing standards explicitly followed for PED services, and determine how the institution complies with it to improve its existing system. This study aims to contribute to the institution and meet the industry's fast-changing demands by applying innovation to its existing management approach on its production and enterprise development services. Particularly, this study aimed to investigate the existing status of production and enterprise development services of the college and check if the system has a particular standard in place and propose quality standards to enhance the existing system. The study adopted a descriptive evaluative research design which primarily aimed to describe the current system of the PED services. It used a descriptive evaluation of whether there are common similarities with what is currently being practiced in the PED services compared to the standards used from government agencies and private industries. The respondents were from a state college in Naga City, Philippines. The respondents were the college officials and employees involved in the research, extension, production, and enterprise development services of the college. The study employed a researcher-made documentary survey with a yes or no inventory checklist. The study also employed a researcher-made semi-structured questionnaire for key informants interview. A documentary survey was administered using a documentary survey checklist. KII was employed using a semi-structured guide questionnaire. The researcher conducted a one-on-one in-depth interview with the PED coordinator, the REPED director, and the college officials. Secondary data from different sources, such as government agencies and industries, including other SUCs, were used to establish data on the existing government or industry standards in terms of production and enterprise development services. The study used descriptive statistics with in-depth analysis using qualitative techniques. The data gathered from the current system of PED were compared with the established government and industry standards. Consent and approval of the respondents were obtained. Respondents were informed of the purpose of the study before the actual conduct of the survey. The current PED system was presented using the 5 categories: strategy, structure, processes, rewards, and people, adapted from the STAR model approach for a strategic organization. In the absence of an existing standard explicitly for PED services, this study considered adopting some of the government and industry standards that are related to its practices, culled from various literature and best practices. On strategy, the expected standard is strategic direction. This includes formulation of the vision, mission, goals and objectives, and trust of the institution. On the current PED system, the results show that there was no specific strategic plan explicitly for PED during the conduct of the study. Another expected standard under strategy is an approved manual and approved implementing guidelines, which include a compilation of procedures involving accounting, budget, procurement, and internal control. It also includes safety procedures, policies, and regulations to have a safe working environment. It likewise includes quality practices and measurement. It further includes guidelines to encourage or motivate the participation and cooperation of the people involved in production activities. Based on the study, the current system of PED services follows the College Code and uses its provisions as its implementing guidelines in lieu of production manual. The study implied the need to establish the strategic direction for PED services and come up with an approved PED manual. On structure, the expected standard is a functional organizational setup. It also pertains to the right number of heads manning the IGPs and production projects, grouped based on their specific skills and knowledge. Based on the result of the study, the organizational structure of PED includes the institutional coordinator who directly reports to the REPED director. Should the function of PED broadens, there is a need to strengthen its organizational setup. On structure, another expected standard is the availability of adequate resources. An enterprise must be supported by strong social and physical infrastructure, which include, among others, labor productivity, laboratories, and business incubators. For financial resources, the SUC shall earmark a fixed 10% budget allocation for the establishment of a project or income-generating activity and establish linkages with local or national agencies for possible funding of production undertakings. On the current PED system, the management supports the needs of PED by providing laboratories, facilities, and equipment, depending on the approved production proposal, and also have a 10% budget allocation for production as per CMO 20 series of 2011. PED also has an existing collaboration with other agencies such as DOST. On processes, the expected standard is business planning. Enterprises need business planning, marketing, and branding. 6 major strategies that should be considered in making a business plan are market strategy, production or service strategy, research and development strategy, organization and management strategy, financial strategy, and information technology strategy. In the current system, PED extends assistance to students and faculty who seek support in terms of coordination with management to get financial support for procurement of needed materials and for the use of facilities and equipment. PED Services still has to establish details for this standard to align it with the needs of the college. On processes, another expected standard is a production process. Based on the literature, the production process includes workflow planning and control, production equipment operations, production materials, tools and equipment, work orders, and documentation. The result of the study revealed that the function of PED includes assistance to project heads during the initial stages of production and the incubation period of the proposed business. The details of the processes for production are still to be established and documented. On rewards, the expected standard is profit sharing and incentive scheme or equivalent teaching load. Distribution of incentives would include percentage incentives for the project manager, project laborer, and simple tokens for the involved offices, and a certain percentage for the support to the administration. The faculty members involved in the entrepreneurial activity may be issued an appointment or designation and will receive its corresponding equivalent teaching load as well. In the current PED system, based on the result of the study, there is no monetary incentive scheme yet. For the non-monetary incentive, the PED institutional coordinator enjoys a teaching load. This study implied the need to establish the profit-sharing and incentive scheme, particularly when PED Services begins to venture into commercialization. On people, the expected standard is a manpower expertise with business orientation. This standard refers to manpower expertise assigned in managing the projects which should be matched with their specialization. This standard also refers to the faculty, staff, the students, and the administrator's business orientation. On the current PED system, the faculty and students can be tapped to augment the human resources with entrepreneurial capabilities which may support the PED programs. This study implied that PED Services should tap the people with entrepreneurial inclination, including the student, faculty, and personnel, particularly that the PED Services will be venturing into commercialization. For the conclusion and recommendation, the study revealed that the college has the resources and the academic programs supporting the PED Services, promoting innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. The study revealed that from the literature gathered and then from the practices of the institution, PED can use the following standards under different categories adapted from the STAR model approach for a strategic organization. On strategy, strategic direction for PED, and approved PED manual. On structure, functional organizational setup, and availability of adequate resources. On processes, business planning and production process. On rewards, profit sharing and incentive scheme or equivalent teaching load, and on people, manpower expertise and business orientation. To further support entrepreneurship and innovation, a research study can be done to evaluate the capability of the institution to operate a business center and to maximize the use of shared facilities such as fabrication and manufacturing laboratory, garments technology, and food laboratory. Further study may also be conducted to widen the scope of this research for standards for SUC's production and enterprise development services. So here are the references.
So that ends my presentation. presentation. Once again, I would like to thank the organizer for allowing me to present my paper. God bless and more power.
All right, next, let's proceed with our next presenter. The topic is about the development of a sports performance metrics for the state universities and colleges in the Philippines, to be presented by Marivic D. Paghubasan from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga.
Good day, everyone. For all the participants and presenters of the 39th World Conference of Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology. Today, I will be presenting my research entitled Development of a Sports Performance Metrics for the State Universities and Colleges in the Philippines. Before I start discussing my paper, let me introduce myself. I am Marivic D. Paghubasan, a graduate of bachelor's degree in secondary education, major in physical education, health and music from Ateneo de Naga University. Master of Arts in Physical Education, major in Physical Education at the University of St. Anthony, and Doctor of Education, major in Educational Management at the University of Nueva Cáceres, Philippines. I served as the institutional sports coordinator of the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga City, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Currently, I am the institutional extension coordinator and faculty of the College of Arts and Sciences of the said institution. I am also a faculty of the Bachelor of Physical Education program of the College of Education at the University of Nueva Cáceres, Naga City, Philippines. I also publish articles on competency requirements of wellness centers, dance culture, and presented in international conferences. I would like to start my presentation by a quote from Michael Phelps. You dream, you plan, you reach. There will be obstacles. There will be doubters. There will be mistakes. But with hard work, with belief, with confidence, and trust in yourself and those around you, there are no limits. In which I believe this quote is not only for sports, but is also applicable for life. With the ongoing pandemic, we need to reach our dream and face these challenges as we call this the new normal. Aiming to keep up with the global trends in sports performance brought some challenges among the state universities and colleges in Bicol region, Philippines. The current study is a qualitative and a quantitative research to develop sports performance metrics for the state universities and colleges. Practices of the SUCs in sports development serve as a basis to create metrics in measuring SUC sports performance in the Bicol region. The developed metrics were content and phase validated by 5 SUC sports director and 5 professor in sports science. Suggestions from the experts were sought to improve the content and construct of the developed metrics. 50 respondents pilot tested the developed metrics of the study, and selected sports stakeholders participated in a focus group discussion to discuss their comments and suggestions for the metrics. The development of the metrics was conducted in 4 phases: selecting possible indicators of the standards, content and construct validation of indicators, tryout of the evaluation tool, and test of reliability. Results showed that all of the items in the subscales included in the developed standard metrics can be considered good to excellent and can be used to assess the state universities and colleges' sports performances. The development of the metrics on sports performance may contribute to the total quality management of the educational institution and may provide in promoting healthy and alert citizenry. The research was conducted through a mixed method. It included data analysis consisting of statistically analyzed scores collected using the research-made instrument based on the Philippine Sports Commission 5-year sports development plan for 2017 to 2022. A purposive sampling procedure was administered within 5 SUCs in Bicol region were investigated for sports performance practices. The study also used qualitative research to understand underlying reasons, opinions, motivation, and processes in developing metrics measuring SUC sports performance. The study was conducted in the Bicol region. The subject of the study and the respondents were the state universities and colleges, sports training program developers, and stakeholders. The provinces were Albay and Camarines Sur. SUCs in the Bicol region were Bicol State University and Albay, Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges, Partido State University, and Central Bicol State University of Agriculture in Camarines Sur. SUCs in the region has sports directors or sports coordinators with coaches, trainers, or PE instructors. Student athletes of different events such as archery, arnis, athletics, badminton, baseball, basketball, boxing, chess, football, futsal, karate-do, lawn tennis, sepak takraw, softball, swimming, table tennis, taekwondo, volleyball, beach volleyball, and dance sports. The data analysis techniques applied in the study are Likert scale, weighted mean, Cronbach-Alpha, and thematic analysis. Qualitative data were drawn from the focus group discussion conducted in the study, which consisted of the opinions, perspectives, and suggestions that focus on the processes involved in the development of the metrics of sports performance among the respondents. Thematic analysis approach is used in the study to determine the most common answers as they develop the existing metrics if there are. Furthermore, thematic analysis was used to deduce the themes surfacing from the discussion conducted. Based from the analysis, sports manual, sports program, sports development, health and safety of athletes, benefits or incentive of athletes, coaches and trainers, regional or national competitions, training program or practice, administration support in sports problems met by the coaches or trainers or athletes should be considered in evaluating the SUC sports performance. The data from the analysis serve as the blueprint in developing the metrics in measuring sports performance. The findings of the study are enumerated and will be presented as follows. Development of standard metrics in measuring the performances of the state universities and colleges in sports, sports development metrics, Cronbach-Alpha results, and the developed sports development metrics. Basis for the development of the metrics. Republic Act number 6847 is known as the Philippine Sports Commission Act. This one is about creating the Philippine Sports Commission, which was enacted to provide, among others, the leadership and direction for all national amateur sports with particular emphasis on the grassroots participation. SUC's practices no existing metrics in measuring sports performance. However, SUCs provide activities and base their sports performance on the number of awards, activities, programs, and projects implemented. There was not a formal document outlining the criteria of the SUC sports performance. The development of the metrics in measuring the performances of SUCs in sports were conducted in 4 phases, which are the selection of the possible indicators of the standards, content and construct validation of indicators, tryout of the evaluation tool, and the test of reliability. Phase 1. In selecting possible indicators of the standards, Philippine Sports Commission 5-year Sports Development Plan, second cycle, 2017 to 2022 were integrated. According to the Sports Development Plan of the Philippine Sports Commission, sports programs and projects should be implemented in accordance to the 6 mission statements of the Commission, which is sports governance, awareness, accessibility, institutionalization, facilities and development, and linkages, in which these 6 vision statements were utilized as the parameters for the standard metrics being developed, and in each parameter, 5 standards or indicators were integrated. Phase 2. The developed metrics were contained and phase validated by 5 SUC sports director and 5 professor in sports science. Suggestions from the experts were sought to improve the content and construct of the developed metrics. Phase 3, 50 respondents composed of sports coordinator, coaches, and professors were asked to utilize the developed metrics by rating the level of sports performance of their organization based on the given statements for each subscale. Respondents before trying out the tool were informed that there are no right or wrong answers. Phase 4. The data used to test the reliability of the metrics were obtained from pilot testing. Internal consistency reliability, or the Cronbach alpha, refers to the homogeneity of items intended to measure the same quantity. That is, the extent to which responses to the items are correlated. Presented in the table is the result of the Cronbach analysis, where the developed standard metrics shows that the items included are considered excellent and can be utilized to measure the sports performance of the state universities and colleges. Slide 9 presented in the developed metrics, in which it has a range of 1 as its lowest rating and 7 as its highest. Rating 1, interpretation, absolute inadequate. The institution's practice to fulfill the criterion is not implemented. There are no plans, documents, evidences, or results available. Immediate improvement must be made. Rating 2, inadequate, and improvement is necessary. The institution practice to fulfill the criterion is still at its planning stage or is inadequate where improvement is necessary. There is little document or evidence available. Performance of the institution practices show little or poor results. Rating 3, inadequate but minor improvement will make it adequate. The institution's practice to fulfill the criterion is defined and implemented by minor improvement is needed to fully meet them. Documents are available, but no clear evidence to support that they have been fully used. Performance in this institution practice shows inconsistent of some results. Rating 4, adequate as expected. The institution's practice to fulfill the criterion is adequate and evidences support that it has been fully implemented. Performance of the institution's practice shows consistent results as expected. Rating 5, better than adequate. The institution's practice to fulfill the criterion is better than adequate. Evidences support that it has been sufficiently implemented. Performance of the institution practice shows good results and positive improvement trend. Rating 6, example of best practice. The institution practice to fulfill the criterion is considered to be the example of best practices in the field. Evidences support that it has been effectively implemented. Performance of the institution's practice shows very good results and positive improvement trend. Rating 7, excellent. Example of a world-class or leading practices. The institution's practice to fulfill this criterion is considered to be excellent or example of a world-class practices in the field. Evidences support that it has been innovatively implemented. Performance of the institution's practice shows excellent results and outstanding improvement trends. The study concluded that development of the metrics was conducted in 4 phases, which are the selection of the possible indicators of the standards, content and construct validation of the indicators, tryout of the evaluation tool, and test of reliability. Results show that all of the items in the subscales included in developed standard metrics can be measured as good to excellent items, and that it can be used to assess the performances in sports of the state universities and colleges based from the findings of the study. The developed sports performance metrics may be recommended for utilization. The following are the appendix. That will be all. Thank you. If you do have questions, you can reach me through my email below.
Next, another video, our next presentation is another video presentation. It's about the incidence of online trolling among ASEANs or ASEANs. To be presented by Jennifer Alipante.
Good afternoon. I am Jennifer Alipante from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology in Naga City, Philippines. My study is entitled User Unknown, the Incidence of Online Trolling Among ASEANs. There is an old proverb that says, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me." This is a definition from Reddit itself, an online social media platform. It says, trolling is the art of deliberately, cleverly, and secretly pissing people off, usually via the internet, using dialogue. Trolling does not mean just making rude remarks, shouting swear words at someone. It doesn't count as trolling. It's just flaming, and it isn't funny. Spam isn't trolling either. It pisses people off, but it's lame. The most essential part of trolling is convincing your victim that either A, they truly believe in what you are saying, no matter how outrageous, or B, give your victim malicious instructions under the guise of help. A more scholarly definition of trolling is, it is the deliberate or perceived use of impoliteness and or aggression, deception and or manipulation in the computer-mediated communication to create the context conducive to triggering or antagonizing conflict, typically for amusement. And an internet troll is one who posts controversial opinions with the intention to incite anger from others in order to distract people from the real controversies. Thus, a troll is an individual who, for personal amusement, posts online comments or content that tend to be destructive, aggressive, or inflammatory in order to provoke a reaction from an audience. In 2019, the global internet usage accelerated to 4.39 billion. It recorded a 9% increase from the previous year with 399 million additional users. There is an additional 9% of social media users from last year's 3.192 billion to 3.48 billion in 2019, or an increase of 288 million. Out of this figure, 3.26 billion people use social media on mobile devices. In the Philippines, 70.7% of the population are internet users, compared to the global average of 45%. Those belonging to ages 18 to 29 are the largest internet users, which is about 95 or 94% of the users. Filipinos spend an average of 10.02 hours daily on the internet, on any device, and spend an average of 4 hours and 12 minutes in social media sites. This despite the fixed internet speed in the Philippines, which is only about 19.0 Mbps. The objective of this study is to expand on the previous researches exploring the social media usage of tertiary students. Specifically, what social media sites do they have account with? How many hours do these students access their social media accounts? This study will also explore the incidence of online trolling among ASEANs. Do some ASEANs consider themselves trolls? Do they have experiences of being trolled? This research involved a survey method, and the respondents were chosen through random sampling. The 199 participants took part at a survey conducted at the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. It is a state college located at the southern Luzon, located in Naga City in the Bicol region, Philippines. The respondents are students enrolled in any of the 5 course programs under the College of Arts and Sciences, or CAS. The survey was distributed in 2019 in February. The researcher used the 4-item Global Assessment of Internet Trolling, or GAIT, interspersed with a self-made questionnaire to get a more comprehensive trolling behavior. Validation of the self-made questionnaire was made through a panel of 3 experts in the field of information and communications technology. The limitation of this study is to include the representation of the social desirability by the respondents. They may have answered the questionnaire to represent a different self. And along with the problem that arises with self-report method, there might be recall biases and unreliable memory. There were also ethical considerations made, telling the respondents that taking part in the survey is purely voluntary, that they are giving their consent to the researcher to publish the result of the study while retaining their anonymity and the confidentiality of their responses. The result and discussion of this study is, the graph shows the social media account that the students currently have. It says, CAS students are active in the social media, with 100% of the students has at least one active account in social media site. Facebook is the most utilized social media site by all students surveyed, having 196 active accounts. This is followed by YouTube, Google+, Instagram, and Twitter. The least utilized sites are Tumblr, Reddit, 9gag, and LinkedIn. Among the surveyed courses, BSEMC has the highest number of students who have accounts in almost all social media platforms, except in Snapchat, which is dominated by students from BS Entrepreneurship, along with LinkedIn and Instagram. This graph shows the frequently visited social media sites of the students. It shows that the social media sites visited by students are Facebook, YouTube, Google, Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, and Messenger. The figure also shows that BSEMC frequently visits Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, while BPE students do not frequently visit Pinterest and Messenger. This result confirms the previous published studies where 65% of undergraduate students felt that social media is either somewhat or very important to them. The table shows social media utilization and the hours spent on social media per day. It shows that 24 or 12% of the undergraduate students are engaged in online trolling. 7 or 3.5% of undergraduate students like to troll people in online forum or comment section of the websites. 5 or 2.5% identifies himself or herself as internet troll. And 59 or 29.5% of students have experienced being trolled online. The conclusion and recommendation of these studies is that trolling has perpetrated the school zones, and the students are a vulnerable group where they can be both victims or perpetrators. It is also a fact that already exists among ASEANs. Trolling is still an ongoing phenomenon that perhaps many have started witnessing without necessarily having an idea what it is. The school should take note of this and take advantage of the students' use of the social media to draw policies and raise awareness related to trolling. Without these policies, students who perpetrate trolling might hide under the guise of academic freedom and freedom of expression, thereby compromising the very standards of quality learning. Students who are victims might continue to experience abusive behavior without a set of policies that they can lean on. The existence of policies, however, can lead to a new level of awareness that will avoid future trolling perpetration and victimization among athletes. Future research of this topic has been started by this researcher for students enrolled in the current school year, where more online education and blended learning has taken place. Since the scope of the study are the students, further research should include victimization of the faculty members as well. Since online education is widely used alongside face-to-face instructions, faculty members could also be direct targets for comments, both praise and hateful alike. Okay, these are my references. Thank you very much.
All right, and let us welcome next for our last video presentation is about the engaging students in learning through visual demonstration models in engineering education. The presenter is H. Hassan, Hadir Hassan.
I have been working on a project that I am going to be presenting today that promotes the engagement of students in learning through visual demonstration models in engineering education. So to start off, I'm going to give a small introduction. Engineering education can be significantly enhanced by providing students a chance to co-construct the knowledge obtained from classrooms. An innovative way to facilitate the students' understanding of complex engineering classes is to relate them to a real-world problem. The introduction of physical demonstrations in the traditional classroom settings provides the students with more motivation and interest. Recent studies have actually shown that the more students are interested, the more it is going to contribute to the understanding, thinking, and remembering more efficiently. This new method has the potential of aiding struggling students through their classes. So for the purpose of our project, we are going to be creating demonstration models that could either be an application, 3D models, manufactured or 3D printed, that are going to be designed and modeled for challenging courses such as heat transfer and transport processes in petroleum production engineering. These models are going to be used to demonstrate complex information during lecture time. The students respond to these techniques in addition to expert opinions will be used to evaluate the benefit of such inclusions. Their project's objective is to enhance engineering education in TAMU systems. In addition, for any student that is going to be participating in this project, it is going to provide them with a unique educational experience of working on a multidisciplinary project. So for the purpose of our project, we are going to be mainly starting to focus on heat exchangers and modeling heat exchangers. So over here, there is a very important slide about visualization. One of the most recurrent problems observed in engineering education is visualization. It was found that there was a high correlation between the successes in engineering and proper visualization skills. Engineering education requires new innovative thinking. It is important to focus on creating a new learning engineering curriculum and culture structure that fosters independent critical thinking. Nowadays, engineering students require new needs and more developed teaching methods. As you can see from this figure, the frequency of the biggest problem encountered in teaching engineering and the frequency of the effectiveness of models compared to textbooks can be shown. It can be seen from this that engineering students struggle the most with visualization and that there is a significant difference in learning when introducing models over textbooks. So in order to be able to solve this, there are two methods that we are going to be comparing in our project. The first one will be the introduction of physical models. Physical models have been shown to increase the engagement of students in the teaching process as they gain more knowledge from this hands-on approach for engineering education. In addition, it was also shown that students found engineering to be more compelling and interesting field of study with the introduction and use of teaching models. So as can be seen from those two pictures, those are two models that we have been working on creating in order for us to be able to bring them in class. They are of a decent size where they could be brought to class where students can touch them, disassemble them, and see different components of a heat exchanger that otherwise could not be seen from a textbook. Another method that we are going to be approaching is augmented reality. So augmented reality can be used in classroom by using your mobile cell phone and using a textbook. So this method has been used in some of our other classes offered at Texas A&M, and it was shown that the majority of the students showed interest in learning with AR. They also indicated that they believed there could be a value in including this method of teaching in regular classrooms. The only problem was that students were not comfortable with it, and with this research project we are going to be trying to create an application that is comfortable for students and to train professors and TAs to be able to do the best in teaching this method. And now, how are we going to be evaluating our results? We are going to be creating rubrics that are going to evaluate three different aspects. They're going to evaluate activity engagement, activity outcome, and usability. These are going to be on a scale from 1 to 10, and then all of these are going to be obtained from the students' review of our app and our physical model. The objectives that we are trying to get from this project is, for starters, we want to enhance the engagement of students in a classroom environment or even at home. In addition, for the students that are going to be working on this project, we want to provide a unique educational experience for the students. And the final one is that we would like to establish a unique demonstration model that can be used by the different engineering programs, not only by our university, but by other universities as well. Thank you very much.
All right, next. All right, our next video presentation is about the impact assessment of research-based community extension program of one of the state college in the Philippines by Dr. Ronnie Ruby.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Ronnie Ruby of Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga City, Philippines. The study that I will be presenting to you is entitled Impact Assessment of the Research-Based Community Extension Program of one of the state colleges in the Philippines. Venus has a beautiful name and is the second planet from the sun. It's terribly hot, even hotter than Mercury. Regional Seminar Workshop on Instructional Material Preparation for K-12 Education is a research-based community extension program initiative conducted with 272 participants from different provinces of the Bicol region, Philippines. And it is participated with graduating students of the College of Education, teachers coming from the Department of Education, and the college instructors and professors or the academicians. The current study is to assess the impact of the regional seminar workshop on instructional material development for the K-12 education, along with the acquired knowledge, skills, and attitude in instructional material preparation. Presented the utilization of the instructional material outputs from the program. Adopted the mixed method of research since it determines the impact of the implemented extension program. So the study used questionnaires, direct observations, and interviews. Over 3 years. 135 participants have confirmed that they have utilized their acquired knowledge, skills, and attitude in instructional material development in the classroom instruction. And 55% of the IEM on instructional material outputs were used for classroom instruction, and 19% were improved and used for action researches, and others are utilized in different ways. The objectives of the studies are to assess the impact of the program in terms of knowledge, skills, and attitude in instructional material preparations. Second, presents the utilization of the outputs in the conducted program. For the methodology for research design, a descriptive research design utilizing a mixed method of research since it determines the impact of the implemented extension program. For instrument and data gathering procedure, questionnaire and survey method through Google Forms and snowball technique. For the respondents, we have 135 respondents in this study were teachers in the Bicol region, and who were the said participants and beneficiaries of the said extension program, and weighted mean was used for the data analysis. For the assessment of the impact of regional seminar workshop on instructional material preparation for K-12 education program, there are the following parameters. We have the acquired knowledge on and effective techniques and styles in IM preparation, design structure and concepts in instructional materials, performance and formative assessment and validation in all disciplines for 21st century, copyright law and preparing IMs, and preparing instructional materials in different disciplines. All of them has verbal description of strongly agree. Second, the acquired skills. Under this, we have the following parameters: plan instructions, design an instructional material, prepare appropriate instructional material for the specific discipline, create assessment and validation materials in all disciplines for the 21st century education, and prepares instructional materials for publication. All of this have verbal description of strongly agree. And the last parameter, we have acquired attitude. Under this, we have understand the importance of instructional material in education, supports for program for instructional material preparation, appreciate the importance of performance and formative assessment and validation for the 21st century education, appreciate the different ideas in preparing instructional material in different disciplines, recognize the value and the copyright law in preparing instructional material instruction. All of this has 3.74 as composite mean, and the verbal description is strongly agree. This data indicates that the objectives of the extension program are achieved, and the program effectively provides the participants with the specific knowledge, skills, and attitude for IM preparation. It confirms that the content and the topic discussed in the seminar workshop are appropriate for the audience and address the need to improve the teacher's competency in instructional material preparation. The current study's findings are consistent with the Noan Pere of 2016, in which she clarified that sure students learn by seeing ideas in pictures and other visual materials. The study is aligned with the results revealed by colleague Azon et al. Of 2019, where instructional technologies and material design courses ensures that the basic competence of the pre-service teachers, which is to enable students to produce materials and to use them in the most effective way to help them learn effectively. Wherever they under any circumstances, even under unfavorable conditions, is acquired by pre-service teachers and help them to produce materials and use them effectively. For the utilization of instructional material output in the regional seminar workshop, there are the following result. We have 55% used for classroom instruction, 19% improved and used for action research, 10% where instructional material were utilized for research, presentation, and publication, and 8% for the improved and used for further studies. We also have 7% submitted in the Department of Education evaluation for possible mass utilization. Lastly, 2% were in the instructional material of the participants were published. Over 3 years after the seminar workshop, there are 135 participants have confirmed that they have utilized their acquired knowledge, skills, and attitude in instructional material preparation and classroom instruction. The results imply that there was an increase in instructional material in the different disciplines in Bicol region. Interviews of the teachers participants who attended the seminar workshop have disclosed that teachers' instructional material preparations varies based on their practices and teaching available materials and discipline. One of the example of the instructional material is shown on the picture. So this is a basic programming for grade 7 information and communications technology, authored by Mr. Jeffrey A. Alarcon, a teacher 1 of the Department of Education, Computer Science High School of Bicolandia in Pili, Camarines Sur. Different IMs were created during the seminar workshop. Some are modules, printed learning materials, and interactive instructional materials. Thus, teachers confirm that the materials they have developed in the workshop were adapted in class or utilized to pursue further studies. It is shown in plate 1 is an example of the learning module developed during the seminar workshop and now being utilized in classroom instruction, and is also submitted for DepEd or Department of Education for possible utilization of the schools. For the conclusions, altogether, the results contributed to the different research context and investigation of impact of an extension program. It shows that the seminar workshop implemented last 2017 brought a positive impact to its participants and also contributed to addressing the scarcity of instructional materials in different disciplines. Further, implementation of research-based extension program may be established. Fully equipped workshops may be open to use of service teachers and educational faculties to better equip teachers in planning, preparation, implementation, and evaluation of instructional material. Professional development for teachers may be promoted and encouraged, focusing on the current technologies, skills of the teachers needed for the flexible learning system implementation. With this, I would like to thank everyone for listening to me. So, thank you.
All right, everyone, that was actually our last presentation. Please give us a minute or two. So we will be having two awards, the best paper and the best paper presentation. Just give us a few more minutes for deliberation. Please be patient. All right. Right, everyone. Let me see. All right. The first award will be the best paper. So the best paper award goes to Maria Cristina Remoquillo with the paper title of Surface Litter Barrier, a response to solid waste management. Congratulations, best paper. And our next award is...
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And for the best paper presentation, the best paper presentation goes to
Thank you.
Mary Jane Gallardo. Congratulations with the paper of employability of agricultural engineering graduates from College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Congratulations.
Thank you, Wakase. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again, girls. And now I would like to, oh, by the way, all the certificates and awards will be shared to you after 24 hours via email to the registered email. All right. And next, yeah, in behalf of the IFERP, I heartily thanks all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success today. And of course, all our keynote speakers and our session chairs. Thank you all for participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences. And lastly, I would highly recommend you guys to provide a feedback about this conference for us to be better in the future conferences. I will be pasting the link for the feedback in the chat box. Please copy it immediately because once the meeting ended, you will not be able to see it anymore. Hold on. Here is the feedback link. So you can go ahead and share your thoughts with the conference, with your colleague, with the participants, with the keynote speaker, with the session chair, with your, of course, your host, Jojo Mehoy, with the organizers, whatever your thoughts or feedback that would help us, please, 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 please. I recommend you to please give a feedback. All right, this concludes our conference today. Again, congratulations, winners, and certificates and awards will be sent to you to your registered email. Once again, this is your host, Jojo Mehoy. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jojo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
nice
sir. Please, please,
Yeah.
please provide feedback.
Bye,
Feedback.
everyone. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Hope to see you again.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, everyone.
That's Philippines.
And for the certificate and the proceedings book, as well as the photographs, everything will be shared to your email ID. So the respective links will be shared to your email IDs, so that within 24 to 48 hours, so you can get your certificates and photos of your presentations, as well as the proceedings book in that link. And anyone having any queries, let me know. So we will end the meeting now. Okay, then. Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone for being patient throughout the conference and for being with us. I hope to see everyone in our future conference. And for your update, we are having the next conference in the month of December 30 and 31st in Goa, India. So that conference will be a hybrid one, definitely. So we have already booked the hotel and everything. So both physical and virtual is available. So hope to see you everyone physically in the upcoming conference. So those link also will be shared to your email ID, the upcoming conference link. Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Sounder. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hope to see you again.
Stay safe. Bye.
Kamu kalau ngomong gitu kayak kedengeran.
Kedengeran.
Ilang mo mga parameters. Mas interpret mo ito. Ano ilalag mo ito man?
So we'll end the meeting now.